recess, you guys can, I don't know if you're even going to do anything. We did talk about those.
Well, all of the subparts of the things will be introduced as full exhibits today and played to the jury today. But you're not suggesting maybe an index would be helpful to the clerk, maybe to the jurors, and we're happy to prepare.
Okay, so, all right. That's perfect. Is there anything else from either council? There. All right, the jury.
It's hard to hear you, Mr. Reese, so try to speak loudly, okay? Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes.
We'll just quick go there. So we can- Is it working? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Technical details.
You know,
Yeah, it's getting,
we
somebody
have a
getting.
photo of his car that we can show him.
Yeah.
If we don't, okay.
Could we, do the parties stipulate that we have 6 jurors and 3 alternates?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Does the state prepared to begin?
Yes.
Mr.
Our next
Devlin.
witness is Daniel Green.
Right up this way, sir, please. Right over to that marshal, please.
Morning, sir. Please remain standing and
May you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes,
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Daniel Green,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
D-A-N-I-E-L,
May you please state your address for the record?
690, Iranistan, Richmond, Connecticut, 06605.
Thank you.
please be seated, Mr. Green, and pull yourself up to the microphone so we can all hear you well.
Okay,
Mr. Green, good morning.
good morning.
Directing your attention to January 15th, 2020, how were you employed?
By Lyft?
Lyft car service?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on that day, were you working for Lyft car service?
Yes, I was.
And what area of the state were you working in?
Norwalk here.
Norwalk area?
Yeah.
Okay. Lyft has an app, right? An app is used to sort of hire someone to get a ride from Lyft car service?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how does that work? Can you just describe it, how a customer would try to get a ride through Lyft and how you would learn to pick the person up?
Okay, so the app will send you a notification, and then it's your decision if you want to take the ride. So, and that, at the time I have a passenger on board, I accept the ride because I was close by.
Okay, so you got a notification that somebody wanted a ride?
Yes, sir.
You were in the area and you accepted that as a possible person to use your car service?
Yes.
All right. And so, where did you pick the person up?
I went to the Sprint store on Main Street.
Sprint or AT&T?
AT&T Sprint, the phone store.
Okay, phone store on Main Avenue, okay. And was the person there to be picked up?
It all depends. What happened was, the GPS sent me to a different location. So I have to call the passenger. And then the passenger let me know that there was across the street, a distance away from where the GPS pinned me.
Okay, so the GPS took you to one location, the customer was not there.
There wasn't there.
You called the customer and you learned where the customer was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what happened there?
When I got there, the passenger came out and he let me know that he was purchasing a new phone, and it was it was dead, and it was just he was trying to get some charge, and he asked me if I could wait on him.
Okay, did you agree to wait?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you describe this person? What do he look like, this customer?
He looked pretty young. He don't look like he having a beard. His face was clean.
Clean shaven?
Yeah, he was skinny, about maybe 5'6". I don't know. I think he probably was taller than that because I was in the car still.
Okay. And African American?
Yeah, African American.
Okay. And what would you say his age? Young? You said the age was young. A young
Yeah, it
person?
gotta be like in this, say, between 18, 19, and that area maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's pretty young.
And so, at some point, did this person get into the back seat of your car?
Yes, he did.
All right. And did you, through the Lyft sort of communication system, accept him as a ride?
Yes,
All right.
I did.
And how do you get information about the location to drive to?
Lyft would put it inside the app that once you press the request to pick the passenger up, it would just send it to the drop-off location.
Okay. And do you get instructions as to how to go to the drop-off location?
Yeah, turn by turn.
Turn-by-turn GPS location? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And does it take some time for that information to come to you in the car?
It depends on where you are, yes.
Okay. And did it take some time with respect to this particular instance?
Yes, it did, yeah.
Okay. And so you're waiting there to get the information as to where to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what happened next?
The passenger told me to drive. And I said to him that I have to wait until when the GPS clear first so I could know what direction to turn, left or right.
Okay. He wanted you to drive. You
Yeah.
needed directions as to where to drive to.
Yes.
Okay. And while you're waiting, well, did you ultimately get the directions as to where to go?
Yeah, eventually the app cleared me and let me know that I'm supposed to go left.
Okay. And did you start driving away?
Yes, I started driving up Main Avenue.
Okay. Did you notice anything as you were driving away from the AT&T store?
Yes, sir. There was as soon as I get on Main Street, there was an officer pulling up in right by where we just leave.
Okay. This is a Norwalk police officer?
Yes, sir.
All right. As you were driving on Main Avenue in Norwalk, what occurred between your passenger in the back and yourself? What happened there?
He asked me where was the phone, where was we going, and I said to him, I don't know. I have to follow the GPS, and the GPS will let me know like where am I going. So he said to me, give me the phone, and I said I'm not gonna give him my phone. And then he slapped me right across my head, and then as I was driving, he started reach over from the back in the front, in the front, and I was driving. So I said to him, I said, you want the phone? I'm going to give you the phone. I said, sit back down. I'm going to give you the phone. And he said, yes, I want the phone. And then he sit back down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're driving away. He asks you to use your phone. You say no. He slaps you on the side of the head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you say, I'll give you the phone. Let me just pull over, basically.
No, I said to him, I'll give you the phone. Just sit back down.
Okay.
I said, I'm going to give you the phone.
Okay.
You have to act like that. I'll give you the phone.
All right. So you agreed to give him the phone.
Yes.
But you didn't really. You were just telling him that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so what happened next?
So he sit back down in the seat, and then I saw a gas station on the right. So I just pull over in the gas station, and then I jump out the car.
Okay. So you pulled into a gas station.
Yes.
And you stopped your vehicle?
Yes.
And did you get out of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at that time, were you legally carrying a firearm?
Yes, I did.
This is your firearm?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And so what did you do when you get out of the vehicle?
When I get out of the vehicle, I pulled my pistol, and I tell him to get out of my car.
Okay. And where were you standing when you did this?
I was standing, he was on the same side as me, which would be the driver's side on the left.
Okay. And what kind of car were you driving that day?
It was a Sonata, Hyundai Sonata.
Okay. And what color was it?
It was a white with a black top.
Okay. You're out of the car, you have your firearm, and you're ordering the passenger out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what happened next?
By the time I'm telling him to get in my car, I saw the same officer just pull up. He was pulling up. So I used one of my hand with my pistol, and I used my next hand to let him know that I'm in distress.
Okay. And so the officer pulled up in a police car right near where you were?
Yes.
Okay. And so one hand had the pistol, and the other hand you were giving the officer some signal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what happened next?
He just jumped out the car and he started run over to my car.
Okay. And did you see what your passenger was doing?
Yes.
What was he doing?
He got out from the back passenger, and he walked right over to the driver's side, and he just went straight inside the driver's seat. And when he went inside the driver's seat, as he initiated gear, my car door, it locked.
Okay, so that Hyundai, if you put it into drive, the car doors automatically lock?
Yeah, every door locked, yeah.
Every door locks, okay.
Yes.
And is that what happened?
That's what happened.
Okay. And did anybody make an effort to open the driver's door?
The officer tried to open the door. He got him in front of me, and he tried to open the door, and then he tried to break the window. Cause he was banging on the window, trying to break the window, as he tried to pull the door handle, but it's not gonna open. And then
And did the passenger drive away in your car?
yes, he did.
Okay.
He looked at the officer, he smiled, and he drove away.
I didn't hear that last part.
He looked at the officer, he smiled and then he just drove away.
Okay. And where'd he drive?
He continued going up Main Ave, and then he make a right turn towards the bypass.
Main Avenue, and then took a right-hand turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right by the stoplight, the first stoplight.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, the officer ran over back to his car, so I started running over behind the officer, and then the officer drove away, started chasing him, and I started running on foot. I was on foot, and my car was gone, and the officer, he went after him.
So your white Hyundai drives Main Avenue and takes a right toward the connector?
Yes.
Okay. And the police officer is in their police car following,
Yes, sir.
and you're following on foot?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so what happened next?
Okay, so in the opposite direction, there was two patrol cars coming to the
Patrol cars?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I saw is the two patrol car that was coming from the opposite direction as my car. They tried to pin him down. Like one was in the front, one on the side, and then the officer that was with me, he was right behind the car. And I saw the guy just drove around all three officers and gone.
Okay, so
Didn't touch
the
him.
officers tried to position their cars,
Yes.
stopped
So-
the car,
yes.
and your passenger in your Hyundai drove around them?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let's see, how do we do this? This is not in evidence, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's confirmed, so.
Okay. So, exhibit number 103 is a photograph of the white Hyundai. I'd like to offer that as evidence at this time.
Yeah, just take
Yeah.
a look at it to know which one.
103. Any objections to that?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
103, says ID.
103 ID.
Mr. Green, let me take a look at 103 for identification. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what is the photograph of?
That's my Hyundai Sonata.
Okay. A little damaged, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's your car?
That's my car.
Any objections to this being on?
No objection.
So, yeah, please publish that on our screen.
That's a full exhibit, Mr. Devlin?
Yes, 103.
Stage 103 full.
103 full.
So, Mr. Green, this car, as you see here, looks like damage by the door, damage by the lower rocker panel here. Obviously, this window smashed out. None of that damage was on it, right, when you were driving it?
No, sir.
And I'd like to show you a portion of a video from the service station that was introduced yesterday to the jury. Plate number 6. You just take a look at this for a moment.
Which exhibit? You want
This is
to?
number 6, the Shell gas station. Stop it there, please, Andy. That's your car pulling into the gas station, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that you getting out of the car?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Continue, please. That's the passenger getting from the back seat to the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
And what's happening there?
That's the officer.
That's the police officer came up and tried to open the door?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I have no further questions, thank you.
Mr. Riccio, would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. If I could just have a moment with Attorney Devlin.
Yes, sir.
I can approach Attorney Slade for a moment.
Yes.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Frank Riccio. I represent Trooper North. So you just saw a video of what occurred at the Shell gas station. I've marked for identification a Defense A, which is another clip from the Shell gas station. I believe by agreement it should be admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's in.
So, sir, what I'm going to ask you to do is take a moment, please, and we're going to play a video for you. Please watch it, and then I'll ask questions, okay?
No problem.
Is that your car?
That's my car.
While we can't see what's happening on the driver's side door, I'm going to ask you to look to the left of the screen. Is that the police officer pulling up?
Yes, sir.
Gets out of his car and runs over?
Yes.
Again, blocked by the pump, but I'll let this run out. Police officer jumps in his car, and drives away, correct?
Yes, sir.
You start running up the street.
Yeah.
To the right side of the screen, you see a series of police cars now heading in the direction that the car was driving.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Slade. So what we have here, as you testified, was you had the police, was virtually there as it was happening. The Norwalk police officer pulled up beside you, essentially, and saw this occurring, and then he ran up in an attempt to assist you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you got out of your car and you pulled your gun because you were scared, correct?
Yes, I was.
You were scared for your life.
100%.
In fact, you told police that when you were interviewed, that you pulled your gun because you were scared for your life.
Yes, I was.
And fortunately, you had a gun.
Yes.
You lawfully have that gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when police ran up, he tried to open the door. You couldn't because it was locked.
Yes.
And I think I heard you testify that he tried to attempt to break the window.
Yes, he did.
Do you recall what it was that he used to try to break that window?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay.
But I know he was banging on the window. I think it was his fist. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure. But he was banging on the window.
Do you recall, and I know that things happen in a split second
It
there,
did.
but do you recall whether or not the officer either pulled out his weapon or showed his weapon? Not yours, but his. Did he pull out his weapon, if you recall?
I don't remember that. I don't remember seeing he pull his weapon. I think I was the only one about pull, but I'm not sure. I didn't remember he pulling his weapon.
All right, thank you. So I'm sort of going out of order. I'd like to go backwards now to discuss briefly the initial interaction you had with the man in the pink pants, I'll refer to him as, because clearly he was wearing pink pants. Can we
Yes.
agree on that? Now, while you waited outside the AT&T store
Yes, sir.
for him to exit, did he enter and exit that store multiple times?
Yes, sir.
And when he exited that store, and this is prior to you leaving with him in it, did he come to you and try to talk to you?
He did talk to me.
Okay, and he was talking about getting a phone, right?
Yes.
When, at that point in time, at AT&T, prior to leaving, what was his demeanor like? Was he angry? Was he calm? What would you say?
He was calm.
Okay. Once he gets in the car, your Lyft, your Hyundai Sonata, and then you start driving away, that's when he started acting aggressively, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, again, you spoke to police and you said that when the man in the pink pants got in the car, he aggressively and loudly said to you, drive, drive, drive. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
You're already scared, but you drive.
Yes.
You were waiting for the GPS to tell you where to go.
Yes.
He then tries to grab your phone. Or no, he hit you first.
No, he asked me for my phone first.
Okay,
And then when I tell him no, that's when he hit me.
gotcha. Back of your head,
Yes.
open palm.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, the distance between this AT&T store and the Shell station, about 3 blocks,
Yeah, you could say that.
okay? On the same street?
Yeah, on the same street.
Now, you said you were going to give him your phone, and as you testified, it wasn't that you wanted to give him your phone, you were trying to calm him down.
Yes, sir.
Did that calm him down?
Yes, it did.
Momentarily.
Yeah.
Now, you pull into the Shell station 3 blocks away, and then the video sort of takes over from there.
Yeah.
But at the moment you're getting out of your car, you're afraid for your life, you draw your gun.
Yeah.
And he exited that car in a very eerily calm way, didn't he?
Yes, it did.
Calmly exited, calmly entered, while you have a gun pointed at him.
Yeah.
It didn't faze him in the slightest, did it?
No.
How would you discuss his appearance? Like when you're pointing a gun at this man and he's about to steal your car, what did he look like? Did he have any expression on his face?
It just looked normal.
Say again?
It looked normal. Nothing.
Not bothered at all?
No.
He gets in the car, he drives away and smirks or smiles at the police officer.
Yes, it did.
Now, we saw a picture, was States 103 of a white Hyundai Sonata. The picture you saw of it was pretty beat up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Lyft drivers buy their own cars, right?
Yes, sir.
So that was a car that you worked hard to buy.
Yes, sir.
It didn't look that way the morning of January 15th, did it?
No, it didn't.
How would you say its condition was? Was it in good shape?
Before that,
Before the incident that we're talking about today?
yeah, it was a customized car because if you look at it, you could see that the caliper was spraying red. That was me, making it for me.
That car was in good shape. The exterior
sir.
of it was in good shape.
Yeah.
And you worked hard for that car.
yeah.
All right, sir, I have no other questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, sir.
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Green. You are excused. Thank you.
Okay.
May I offer defense A? It's been played. If I may approach the clerk.
If you would, yeah. This is what you need, right?
Defense A, marked as full.
Full exhibit.
Our next witness is Officer Daniel Vasquez. We're getting him right now. Right up this way, sir, please. Right up this stand, please.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Daniel Vasquez,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
V-A-Z-Q-U-E-Z.
May you please state your badge number and business address for the record?
V013, 1 Monroe Street, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06854.
Thank you, sir.
Can I take a seat?
You may sit and pull yourself up to the mic, sir, so we can hear you.
So Officer Vasquez, directing your attention to January 15 of 2020, by whom you were employed at that time?
Newark Police Department, sir.
Okay. And what was your rank?
Patrol officer.
All right. And were you on duty on January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at around 4:30 in the afternoon, were you dispatched to a location of LA Fitness Club on Main Avenue in Norwalk?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the complaint you were responding to?
It was for an unwanted guest, and my duty at that time was to assist Officer Serrano, who was assigned to the call.
Okay. And did it indicate what it was that required or caused LA Fitness to make a complaint?
I don't recall.
Okay, but an unwanted guest, I guess, was basically it?
Yes, sir.
And did they describe the person?
Yes, sir.
What was the description you had?
They provided that it was a black male wearing red pants.
Okay. And when you were going to LA Fitness, did you receive a further dispatch?
Correct.
What was that?
That there was an armed subject in the AT&T store, which was just several feet down from LA Fitness.
Okay. So is LA Fitness on one side of Main Avenue and the AT&T store is on the opposite side?
That is correct.
But are they sort of really close to each other in terms of across the street?
Do you want me to give you an approximate?
Yeah.
I would say about a football yard.
Okay.
Approximately.
Okay. Did the complaint that you received from the AT&T store, did they describe the subject?
Correction. I meant a football field. I'm sorry.
Yeah, football field.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the next question? I'm sorry.
The description of the person at the AT&T store. Did you have one?
Yes, they provided that it was a black male wearing pink pants.
Okay, so similar description between the two.
Correct.
And did you go to the AT&T store?
Yes.
All right, and what happened when you got there?
I pulled up the police cruiser. I observed that the employees were facing the street, sort of like pressed against the glass. I was unsure what was going on, so I summoned someone to come out. When they did, there was a white gentleman that gave me a description of a license plate and stated that the male got into a white vehicle and left the area going southbound on Main Avenue.
Okay, and did he show you a picture of that vehicle he had taken with his phone?
He did.
Okay, that had the license plate number of the vehicle?
It did.
Okay, and what'd you do with that information?
I memorized it to the best of my ability, and I immediately went south on Main Avenue in my patrol car.
Okay, and did you see this car?
I did.
Where'd you see it?
I saw it stopped at the gas station, the Shell gas station, which is at the corner of Main Avenue and Gristmill.
Okay, and what'd you do next?
I ran up, I stopped my patrol car in the middle of Main Avenue. I drew my firearm and I ran towards the car.
Okay, and as you're approaching the car, what did you see?
I saw a black male in the driver's seat.
Okay, and did you see someone else near the car?
Yes, I saw a black male who had his firearm drawn towards the front of his car, yelling. I don't remember what he was yelling at the time. As soon as he saw me, instead of pointing his firearm towards me, he lowered it, and it was just pure instincts where I didn't feel that he was a threat to me because he lowered his firearm and I didn't draw on him. I kept my firearm at a low ready the entire time I ran towards the car. When I pulled on the door handle, it was locked.
Okay. So you ran up to this white car. Was the car moving at this time, or was it stationary?
No, it was stationary.
Okay, and you tried to open the driver's side door?
That is correct.
Okay, and it was locked.
It was locked.
All right. And so, did you see, as you're approaching this car, did you see a person move from the back seat of the car to the driver's seat of the car, or you did not see that?
I can't recall.
Okay.
It was several years ago.
Right, but you recall the person being in the driver's seat of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, once you couldn't open the driver's side door, what happened after that?
The car peeled off. It took off at a high speed. South on Main Ave, turned right onto Gristmill. I ran towards my police cruiser, activated my lights and sirens, and pursued it.
Okay. And where did it go?
It went up Gristmill and turned left, which led southbound onto the Route 7 connector.
Okay. Was there any effort by Norwalk police officers to try to maybe stop the car or block the car's path at all as it moved up Gristmill and onto the Route 7 connector?
I can tell you that we followed behind the vehicle. And I say we because Officer Taborda at one point got in front of me, and I took over the responsibility to call out which direction we were heading.
Okay.
And we pursued it down the Route 7 connector until we were told to stop.
Okay. And so as a second car, your responsibility was to broadcast what sort of information?
Speed, traffic, weather,
Location?
location.
Right. Okay. And did you do that as you proceeded, I guess, southbound from this area of the intersection of Gristmill Road and Route 7 down to approaching 95?
Given the circumstances, I think I did it to the best of my ability.
Okay. And so what sort of speeds were you reaching?
I remember exceeding 90 miles an hour.
Okay. All right. Who was the officer or supervisor that decided to terminate the pursuit?
I believe it was Sergeant Basegli and possibly Lieutenant Hume.
Okay. And at what point, at what juncture in terms of the pursuit was it terminated? Where were you when you were told to stand down? Were you still on Route 7 or had you turned on to 95?
We were still on Route 7, and I believe it was right before we got onto I-95 northbound, because I don't know if you're familiar with the area, however, it splits from I-95 north, Sono, and I-95 southbound in that immediate area.
Okay, all right. In any event, you received an order to terminate the pursuit.
Yes.
It was terminated, and where'd you go after that?
We turned off our lights and sirens. I remember there was a state trooper in the area. I got on I-95 northbound, and I exited at exit 16 East Avenue.
Okay, and where'd you go from there?
I went back to the scene, I believe.
Okay.
I went back to Main Avenue, the AT&T store.
Okay, and did you at some point connect with Mr. Green, the fellow who was the driver of the white car initially?
I did.
Okay, and what was your interaction with him?
My job was to secure his firearm and take him back to the Newark Police Headquarters.
Okay, and other than securing Mr. Green's firearm and taking him to headquarters for, I guess, to give a statement to a detective, was that the plan?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and did you have any further involvement in this investigation?
No, sir.
Okay, so I want to show you the street map, and then we're going to show you over the city up there. Okay. Officer Vasquez, this has been identified earlier as a, just step down, please,
Yes, sir.
as a street map of this area of Norwalk. And if you could just sort of familiarize yourself with Main Avenue and Gristmill Road. You have those located there?
So LA Fitness is back here.
Could you point that up to the jury, please?
LA Fitness is back here. AT&T is somewhere in this vicinity, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 584.
584.
And where's the service station?
Service station is here.
And so you went, just again for the jury, indicate where you, from point to point to point, it's just described in.
Okay, so I came off the Route 7 northbound area. When I got the call, I remember I was in this area, and I remember that because there was some highway signs that I had to go around. There was significant traffic, just like it shows in the picture. So I jumped on grass, went around this traffic. At that point is where I was dispatched about the armed subject. I come down Grist Mill, this area, and right where I got to the AT&T store is where I saw the employees pressed against the window. I then told one of the employees to come out, so I was unsure what I was gonna deal with, if I was gonna be attacked or whatever. A person comes out, shows me a cell phone with the license plate from the AT&T store. I then do a U-turn in the middle of Main Avenue. I left my car somewhere in the middle of the road on Main Ave, facing south now, and the car stopped at the gas station with Mr. Green saying something with his firearm out. I then run over to the gas station. This is the gas station here, this little white rectangle. I run over, I have my firearm in this hand, I grab on the door handle, the car takes off south on Main, speeds up Grist Mill, turns left onto the Route 7 connector. We're pursuing it all the way down to the Route 7 connector at very high speed.
Thank you for your service. You're welcome. And let's just play one more time. We have some video on the gas station. You can play that, please, Mr. Take a look on the left here, officer.
This is Exhibit 6, Mr.
Exhibit
Devlin?
6, yeah, part of Exhibit 6. Thank you. Thank you. Stop it, please. No, a little more, a little further. A little further, please. Stop it, please. Is that you, Officer Vasquez?
That is correct, sir.
And this is where you're attempting to open the door to the car?
That is correct.
Okay, please play it. And the car leaves the scene and you follow.
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Riccio?
Please.
Mayor, may I approach the clerk to retrieve defense A?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Wishful thinking. Good morning. I'm Attorney Frank Riccio. I represent Trooper North. The video that you just saw is one of the camera angles from the Shell gas station. What I'm going to show you now and then ask you questions about is another angle of the same incident from the Shell gas station.
Sure.
It's labeled as Defense A, already in the full exhibit. I'm going to ask you to draw your attention not only to the white Hyundai Sonata that just drove up, but to the immediate left on this video, and ask if that's your car that pulls up.
That is my vehicle, nor a police vehicle.
Now, you're jumping out of the car. At this point, you already have your gun drawn, as best you can recall.
I would say yes.
Right. And as the video continues to roll, that's you, I assume, getting back into your cruiser, driving away from the left to the right on this video. Mr. Green, who's wearing a blue jacket, is now running up Main Avenue to try to see what's happening.
Yes.
Now, when you initially came to the scene, it was on a report of an armed gentleman at the AT&T store, correct?
Yes.
All right. And clearly, you never made it to the AT&T store before you ran across this incident at the Shell station.
That's incorrect, I did.
You did, pardon me. And then because it's only about 2 or 3 blocks away, fair, between the, if you know, between the AT&T store and the Shell gas station.
2 or 3 would probably be too much. I would say a block.
Okay. Now, your testimony was you pull up as we just saw, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, upon leaving your vehicle, your gun was already drawn.
I don't remember if my vehicle, I can't remember immediately if my gun was already drawn. I know that I drew my firearm at some point. It had to be when I exited the vehicle.
Okay. And your gun was drawn because of the complaint that there was an armed suspect?
The severity of the call, yes, sir.
Severity of the suspect that you were called to get to the scene for?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, as the video shows, you certainly made an attempt to try to open that door, but you were unable to, correct? The door was locked.
The door was locked.
Okay. Were you able to, and these are split-second movements, I understand it happened very quickly. Were you able to get a description or see like the suspect's demeanor? This is the gentleman in the pink pants. The gentleman's demeanor while you were briefly seeing him at the scene?
No, sir.
Okay. Nevertheless, the gentleman gets in the driver's seat and drives away, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you then followed this car onto Route 7, and then it was terminated once you got to I-95, shortly after you entered I-95, correct?
It was terminated before we entered I-95.
This is a rush hour traffic around the 4:30 p.m. time frame, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, it was a weekday, a Wednesday, as opposed to a weekend, correct?
Yes.
The volume on Route 7 on a Wednesday, 4:30 p.m. is moderate, a good descriptor of the amount of the volume of the public driving on Route 7 South?
At that time?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be moderate, it would be a little high.
Okay. So moderate to heavy.
Yes, sir.
Notwithstanding the moderate to heavy traffic, as you report, the suspect was driving his vehicle in excess of 90 miles an hour.
Driving the white vehicle?
Correct.
Mr. Green's vehicle? Yes, sir.
Yes. And do you recall, as you were behind the vehicle following this white Sonata at speeds of 90 miles an hour, was the suspect weaving in and out of the lanes of traffic? Or on the breakdown lane, what was he doing?
When we were traveling south on the Route 7 connector, there was some weaving, but going south, the traffic was lighter than the traffic traveling north. So there was times where it was just a straight shot of the white vehicle traveling at a very high speed.
All right. Now, you received a report to terminate terminate following the white Sonata, and you did stop. You terminated that pursuit, correct?
I deactivated my lights and sirens and reduced my speed, yes.
All right. You returned to AT&T where I think you and others, that is to say other members of Norwalk PD, met in the parking lot of the AT&T store, correct?
I would say that is correct.
And one of the people that you were talking to was Daniel Green, the owner of the Hyundai Sonata.
I would say yes.
Do you recall whether either you or some other member of Norwalk PD said during that interaction, he jacked the Uber, he jacked the Uber? Do you remember someone saying that?
I do not, sir.
Okay. The information that you were working on was what was reported, AT&T armed individual, plus what you observed happen at the Shell gas station.
Yes.
All right, I have no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
State next calls Lieutenant Stephen Samson from the Connecticut State Police.
Yes, sir.
Please come right this way, sir. Just make your way up to the stand, please.
Please remain standing for a moment, sir.
Sir, may you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
First name is Stefan, last name is Samson.
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Samson.
May you please state your badge number and your business address, please?
My badge number is 041. My business address is 1111 Country Club Road, Middletown, Connecticut, 06457.
Thank you, sir.
Have a seat, sir. Pull yourself up to the microphone. Thank you.
Hi, sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you tell us what your duty position is with the Connecticut State Police?
My duties and responsibilities for the Connecticut State Police right now, I am the commanding officer of research, development, and planning at headquarters.
And in that position, do you have any responsibility or oversight with respect to policies and procedures for the Connecticut State Police?
I do.
And could you explain that a little bit to the jury?
Any type of new policies or procedures that come through, it's my unit's responsibility to look at it and implement any legislation or any recommendations from post-police officers, standardization training, and we would implement it. My unit would get it, and we would implement it.
And how long have you been with the state police?
Over 27 years.
What are some of the other, maybe in the last 10 years or so, what are some of the other duty positions you've had?
Upon making lieutenant, I have been a commanding officer for various barracks, as well as being the commandant down at the training academy for the 132nd Training Troop, and then my current position right now, commanding officer at headquarters.
How long were you the commandant at the training academy?
Just for one cycle for the 132nd, and that was for approximately 7 months.
It's basically a commanding position overseeing the police academy, essentially?
Yes, it is, sir.
And back to your current position, are you familiar with the document called the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Administration and Operations Manual?
Yes, I am. That's where the policies, that's where we make the changes in, sir.
Yes.
Yep.
41 marked as ID.
And I've previously shown defense counsel 41 for identification. May I put the lips around?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked 41 for identification. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Weapons, Firearms, and Use of Force General Policy Statement 13.04.01.
And would that policy have been in effect for state police troopers on or about January 20th of 2020?
Yes, it would be, sir.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit 41.
States 41 marked as full.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
And I should mention, in addition to this, that this is the document itself is 2 pages. Is there a or a supplementary paper at the end of that document?
Yes, sir.
What's the title of that?
Use of Force, Threat Assessment, and Response Management Matrix.
So like a use of force matrix, essentially?
Yes, sir.
Could you just going back to that first page, would you mind just reading a tab in green, a line from that document? Would you mind just reading that aloud to the jury?
Knowledge of the law shall be current. Each employee shall be knowledgeable about current state, federal laws, desk policy regarding the use of force.
In your current position now, and I guess using your experience as the private commandant at the police academy, would all new recruits and trooper trainees be trained in this policy and the other policies that you've spoken about today?
Yes, it would be, sir.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, I've just previously shown defense counsel what's now been pre-marked for ID, states 42 through 46. I don't believe there's an objection, and offer those in full.
There is no objection. May I just approach so I can know which is which?
Yeah, why don't you two confer? So you've seen these, Mr. Ricchio?
Yes.
And you have no objection to any of them? All right, full exhibits 42 through 46. And these are just generally what, Mr. Slit? Just
So 42 is the State Police Administrative and Operations Manual policy on vehicle pursuits.
Yep.
43 is conducted electrical weapons. 44, body-worn cameras. And 45 is a one-page subsection from the Administration and Operations Manual on traffic stop procedures. And 46 is a 16-page document that comprises a PowerPoint presentation that's titled Felony Traffic Stops.
Okay.
Stage 42 through 46 marked as full.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Lieutenant, I didn't mention this a moment ago on the record, but these, you've previously reviewed these policies in the courthouse today, prior to today's session?
Yes, I did.
And the versions of these policies that I'm about to use, were these in effect on about January 15th of 2020?
Yes, they were.
I'm going to hand you now what states 42 in full. That's the vehicle pursuit policy. Could you just read the tab items?
Purpose. The purpose of this policy is to provide guidelines for troopers and police officers under the direction and jurisdiction of the Division of State Police for the initiation, continuation, termination, and reporting of vehicle pursuits.
Hey, could you just go to the next tab? I think next page.
Pursuits means attempt by a police officer in an authorized emergency vehicle to apprehend any occupant of another moving motor vehicle when the driver of the fleeing motor vehicle is attempting to avoid apprehension by maintaining or increasing the speed of such vehicle or by ignoring the police officer's attempt to stop such vehicle.
And next tab, please. And this is under the heading, there's a subheading, engaging police in pursuits. Could you just read what's marked off as section, it's Delta 1 subsection A? Or actually, I'm sorry. Read 1 in 1A, please.
A trooper or police officer may only engage in a vehicle pursuit if he or she has reasonable suspicion to believe the driver or occupants of the pursued vehicle has committed, is attempting to commit, or will imminently commit a crime of violence actually or threatening, or there are any articulable exigent circumstances that warrant the need to apprehend the suspect in a timely manner because of the potential for harm to the public if apprehended does not occur. Infractions, property crimes, including stolen motor vehicles, and nonviolent misdemeanors and felonies are not cause to engage in pursuit, absent articulable exigent circumstance.
Okay, thank you. And I'm handing you states 43. This is the conducted electrical weapons policy, CEW. Is one type of electrical weapon a taser, for example?
Yes.
Okay. Could you read for me the tab sections here, which is on page 2, section F4, and then subparagraph B? I'm sorry, the title being deployment and safety considerations.
When circumstances allow for another reasonable alternative, troopers and police officers should avoid using the CEW on a subject that is in control of a moving motor vehicle, a vehicle in gear, or other type of motorized equipment, or instance where the deployment of the CEW would likely place the vehicle in uncontrolled motion.
I'm not going to have you read anything from this, but again, 44, that's the policy that was in effect on that date I mentioned regarding body-worn cameras?
Yes, it was, sir.
Okay, these last two documents are a little bit different, and they're not actually the full policies, but I'm handing you states 45. Could you just describe, I'm not going to ask you to read anything, but could you just describe what that is?
It's traffic stop procedures, high-risk traffic stops or felony stops. It's an excerpt out of our A&O manual.
Okay, and is this also something that would have been trained to trooper trainees and new troopers?
Yes, it would, sir.
And there's, like I mentioned, it's a 16-page document containing, I guess, 32 PowerPoint slides. Could you tell the jury what that is?
This power slide, or this what you just handed me, it's basically a copy of a PowerPoint presentation that we utilize for training at the training academy for trooper trainees, or refresher for any troopers that might need it.
Okay, there's a date on the upper right-hand corner, which is actually February 20th of this year. I think it's fair to say that's probably when this document was printed. Do you see anything on that first slide that might indicate when this particular training would have been, what class that might have been part of?
I couldn't tell you the class, but I give you the year, because it just says it's a patrol, it's a 1200-20 series, so that means it's 2020.
2020?
Correct, sir.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Akio, a moment you're ready.
morning.
Good morning, sir.
I just have a few questions, please. In fact, can I approach the clerk just to briefly retrieve what's been introduced?
You may.
42 through 46. Yeah, I'll take it. So you were asking questions about these policies. Is the term policy deliberately used? And let me ask you in a different way. Are these hard and fast rules, or are they policies and guidelines that should be followed, but they're not hard and fast rules?
That's correct, sir. And I believe it's the first chapter of our A&O specifies that we just mentioned.
Okay, so guidelines are just that, guidelines. They're not hard and fast letter of the law rules, correct?
Correct.
Now, the A&O manual, the Administration and Operations Manual, that thing is like over 1,000 pages long, isn't it?
That's correct, sir.
And what we have here are sections of that manual. Now, when these sections change, you had testified or you were asked, were these in effect at a particular time? My question is this: when these policies change, is there a way, is there a requirement that troopers sign off and acknowledge that there's a change and they understand that there's a change?
Yes, there are, sir.
Okay. So, for example, in Trooper North's case, just because he's sitting here today, when these policies change, they have to be acknowledged, and that essentially his signature agrees and acknowledges, yes, I understand this change has been made.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. One of these documents, specifically felony traffic stops, states 45 and 46. You know, these traffic stops are initiated by the offender, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So these, well, and let's back up. Pursuits, the reason an officer would engage in a pursuit is because of the activity and actions of the offender, correct?
That's correct.
And the current state of the law regarding pursuits is that pursuits are not authorized, and I'm not using the letter of the law language, but correct me if I'm wrong, pursuits are not authorized if it's simply a property crime.
That's correct.
But pursuits are authorized if there's reasonable suspicion to believe that the offender, the suspect, has used, is using, or is about to use violent force, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And then and only then is a pursuit authorized.
Correct, sir.
Some of these policies are withdrawn. Some of these rules, the policies change at scattered times, right? One policy may change on this date, another policy may change on another date.
Correct.
Can I just have one last moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Slit?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Samson, you are all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're excused.
Need to take a break now? No, we start that, right? You could, you start on. Yeah.
They call Sergeant Kevin Duggan from the Connecticut State Police.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Kevin Duggan,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
D-U-G-G-A-N.
May you please state your badge number and business address for the record?
224 is my badge number, and 1111 Country Club Road, Middletown, Connecticut is my business address.
Thank you, sir.
May I have a seat?
Thank you.
And pull up to the mic, please.
Hi, Sergeant, good morning, how are you?
Good morning, fine, thanks.
Could you tell us your duty position currently with the state police, and maybe trace briefly your history with that unit?
Currently, I'm a sergeant with the state police. I'm assigned to the Central District Major Crime Squad, specifically assigned to the crime van. At the time of this incident, I was a detective with state police in Central District Major Crime, assigned to the crime van.
Okay, say, how long have you been a trooper?
16 and a half years,
And how long have you been a detective?
about 7 years,
And how long have you been a sergeant?
about 2 years.
Okay, so were you a sergeant when this particular incident happened?
No,
And we're talking about the incident January 15th, 2020?
correct.
And you say assigned to the crime van. Could you tell the jury what that means, what those responsibilities entail?
So the crime van is basically a truck that is stationed in Hartford, and it travels the state, and basically it's tasked with 4 or 5 detectives, and we process major crime scenes throughout the central part of the state. Homicides, police shootings, suspicious deaths, any type of major case incident.
Okay. How many of those vans are there?
3 for the state police.
One for different types of districts?
Yep, with the state police, there's 3 districts, east, central, and west. Each district has a truck. I'm part of the central district, which is located in Hartford.
And what were your responsibility, when you were assigned to the van on this particular day, who was the commander, who was in charge on the scene for this?
So it would have been Sergeant Ralph Soda at that time.
And is he still with the Connecticut State Police?
He's not, he has since retired.
And what responsibilities did he assign you as a detective that day?
I was the lead investigator for this case.
So you're familiar with the scene and you're familiar with some of the evidence items that were collected?
Yes, I was tasked with processing and documenting the scene. And what I mean by that is photography, video recordings, and evidence collection.
Okay, Detective, what I'd like to do today, and this will take a little while, I'm going to ask you to examine some items. Did you bring anything with you to the court today?
I did.
And what did you bring with you?
I brought evidence pertaining to this case.
And where did you bring that evidence from?
Hartford, Connecticut.
And whereabouts in Hartford?
So my office is located at Brainerd Airport in Hartford, 269 Maxim Road.
And is it fair to say the items that were seized and collected in this case have been stored generally at that location since this incident happened?
They have been.
So how many boxes did you bring with you today?
3.
I have your evidence inventory form here. I don't think I'm going to need to make that an exhibit, but I'm going to do my best to go through and order what's on that list just to make it easier for you and for the clerk. So I'm going to hand you, I guess beginning with number 1, some items here. So let me take, approach the fence right.
Are these or are these not pre-marked?
These physical items, Your Honor, are not pre-marked. the state's intent is to introduce the physical items and then present photographs of those items to the witness and then have those items published to the jury, the photographs.
So there'll be, but both the item and the photograph of it will come into evidence?
Correct.
So there'll be exhibit number and exhibit number A, and they all have yet to be labeled?
Correct. Yeah, yes, Your Honor, I'm going to bring those to the clerk. We didn't have an opportunity to pre-mark these because they were in custody.
They weren't here.
Right.
Is it anticipated that these are going to go back to the state police at the end of court each day, or what are you picturing?
No, Your Honor, once they're received, into evidence, they can stay with the clerk.
Okay, all right. Would it be possible to do like a given handful of these? In other words, have them stickered, which is the time-consuming part, and then maybe begin to go through those. We are going to have a break in a few minutes, and then maybe at the break, you could follow through with the marking for
Yes, the clerk's okay.
Yeah, would that work for you, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
I think maybe we should try to do that. And, you could take however many you need and have them pre-mark, say up to the break. Yeah, something like that, maybe. Yeah.
Each item.
Right. No, for sure. Everything has to be right. I'm not trying to hurry you. I'm just thinking about how we can use our time, that's all. Okay.
Page 16 through 22A, marked for ID.
So I'm going to hand you what's been pre-marked 16A through, I think it's 22.
So are the numbers going to be the actual exhibits, or are the A's going to be the actual exhibits?
So
I mean,
remember
I should mean the items.
The A's are going to be the physical exhibits.
Yes.
And the straight numbers are going to be the photos.
Okay.
And these have, Sergeant, do these items, these envelopes, do they have markings on them that indicate whether they're, what they are?
They do. There's an evidence label on each individual package. The evidence label has a case number, an exhibit number, a seized date and time, a description of the item, where the item was seized, and who the item was seized by.
And these items that I handed you, can you tell the jury generally what category these fall into?
These are all expended shell casings from a firearm.
Okay, would you open those items up? I'm sorry, before you do that, have these, to the best of your knowledge, have these items been sealed and unopened since they were seized on January 15, 2020?
They've been transported to the lab. That was the only time they've been reopened, as far as I'm aware.
And can you tell if they came back to the lab in sealed condition?
Yes.
I'd offer them in full, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full 16 through 22, A, all A. So I mean 16A through 22A. Right.
And I'm going to hand you 16A in full now. And there's some gloves there if you need to use them. I have a pair of scissors. Do you mind opening that and showing that? If it's the permission of the court, showing that item to the jury?
Yeah. Yes. You want to pass it around the jury?
I think I'm going to, for these
So you
items, I
can
think
do
I'm
it,
just going to put
and
those
you'll
on the
use
screen.
exhibit 16 or the
Correct.
thing?
It should be 16, so if you can open up that, basically, the tech, just confirm what that is. When you open it, just take a look at what's in there. Confirm what it contains.
This is an expended shell casing.
Yeah. And I'm handing you a document that's been, I just showed defense counsel, it's been marked 16 for identification. Does that fairly and accurately represent the, at least the back showing the primer of that shell casing?
It does.
That offered, Your Honor?
No objection to 16 through 22 being marked as full.
Thank
All
you.
right, 16 through 22, full exhibits.
And you can put that item back in the envelope, published 16.
May? Mr. Slip, you have, I guess we have 16 through 20 in your hands there. 20?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you 17A, which is not a full exhibit, if you can open up that. And what does that contain?
It's an expended shell casing.
And I'm getting you state 17 in full, is that fairly accurate representation of the back of that shell casing?
It does.
Can that be published?
Yep.
All right, let's do that with 18A. Then open up that envelope. What does that contain?
An expended shell casing.
And handing you 18, is that a fair depiction of the back of that shell casing?
It does.
Did that be published?
Yes, sir.
And it's to go with 19, okay. Open that envelope. And what's that contain?
An expended shell casing.
And if we could publish 19.
You may.
Okay, same thing with 20A. Yes. What does that contain, Detective?
An expended shell casing.
And if we could publish 20.
Yes.
Twenty-one. 20A, I should say. And is that also shell casing?
Yes.
And we publish 2021. And the last of these items is 22A. Same thing with this one. And what's that?
An expended shell casing.
And 22, that can be published, please.
Yes.
Proper time for recess?
Yes, so we'll recess for, well, do you want to have, maybe we'll have a little bit longer recess so you guys can, you have a lot of those to go through, I imagine?
Yes.
Like 20 minutes?
Sure.
20 minutes? 20-minute recess, Marshall.
All rise.
And we are on the record, right?
We're on the record, Your Honor.
Okay. I have a little business to take care of right now, and I need for that purpose to have yeah. Yeah.
It's okay. Just put this guy in the shirt box. Actually, Detective Doug, you want to step down for a second? Okay, thank you. You can have a seat over here if you wish, please.
Hi, you can come over here, sir. Oh. I'm just gonna, no, actually, maybe it's better if you go back over there. I'm so sorry. Just go over there. So I'm gonna call you by your initials and your number for the reasons that we talked about previously in the court. Juror number 2, NP, it seems, I've observed that you've had some difficulty a little bit this morning and yesterday morning, actually, keeping track of the process intermittently. And so I'm going to excuse you, and you have the thanks of the state of Connecticut and the parties in this case and the court, most of all, really, for having appeared for it. You've done your jury service. Your service is complete. And that's it. All right. So now we need this one.
Right over here, sir, please.
So you are alternate number 2, and your initials are MD.
Correct.
Okay. You, sir, are going to take a place on the jury. And for that purpose, I'm going to have the clerk administer the juror's oath to you now.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you would decide the case between the state and the defendant based on the evidence given in court and on the laws of the state as explained by the judge, that you would not talk to each other about this case until instructed to do so, that you would listen to and consider what the other jurors have to say in deliberations about this case, that you would not speak to anyone else or allow anyone else to speak to you about this case, and that when you reach a decision, you would not disclose the decision until it is announced in court. So help you God or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do.
I do.
I'm going to just administer a brief instruction now that you've become a juror in the case. So now that you've been selected to serve in this criminal trial as a juror, you'll be obligated by your oath to follow the rules of juror conduct until you're discharged by the court. It is your sworn duty to decide the factual issues based only on the evidence presented in court. You must not perform any investigation or research on any issue of fact, law, or legal procedure. Additionally, you must avoid all publicity about the case and all communications to or from anyone about the case or any issues arising in it. If you're exposed to any such publicity or communications, despite your best efforts to follow this instruction to avoid it, You must immediately inform this court about the exposure in writing without advising any other jurors about the fact or the nature of the exposure, so that the court can follow up as necessary with you and/or other jurors to protect the parties' rights to a fair trial. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. Then you may take, do you have stuff outside in the, is your notebook in here, or is it?
That's right.
Oh, okay. Well, then you may take your seat, and we'll have the other jurors join us.
All right, could you just step up for just one moment, please, Your Honor? Just
Yes,
one moment.
yes.
Just one. Thank you, sir. I just wanted the record to reflect that pursuant to the court's direction, the clerk did follow the statutory procedure in selecting the alternate. We put the names of the 3 alternates, and by lot, our clerk selected this gentleman to replace the excused juror. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Devlin, I appreciate that. Now they can all come in, yeah. And you guys are all set with the markings for a little bit?
Yes. Yeah, you want that.
Can we stipulate that everyone's here? 6 jurors and 2 alternates?
State will stipulate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Stipulate.
May Detective Duggan resume the stand, Your Honor?
You may, yes. And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've just shown defense counsel what's been pre-marked, states 23A through 26A for identification. I believe there's no objection to those being coming in as full exhibits.
No objection.
All right, 23A through 26A, full exhibits.
Stage 23A through 26A, marked as full.
And Detective, I'm going to hand you now, start with 23A. And could you just tell the jury, if you can tell from that description that's on that envelope, what item might be in that envelope?
It's a bullet projectile.
And can you tell on there if there's a description of a location where it would have been seized from?
Yes, this was seized from the sidewalk of Campbell Ave in West Haven.
And Detective, I didn't do this earlier this morning, but could you just maybe give the jury an overview of the, we'll show you some photos later, but maybe just an overview of what that scene looked like when you arrived, how things were in general.
All right, so when we arrived on scene, it was in the evening hours. It was dark out, and basically there were 3 cruisers parked facing west on Campbell Ave. And those cruisers were surrounding a Hyundai Sonata and another vehicle, I believe it was a Chevy Trailblazer. And all the cruisers had their lights activated, and there had clearly been a motor vehicle accident at the scene.
Okay, if you could use the, if you, Chris was there, if you need to use them, and scissors, if you could open up that envelope. And while he's doing that, Your Honor, just to note for the record, I spoke to defense counsel during the break, and just to kind of protect the sergeant's reputation and the way that evidence is treated. I don't believe there's going to be an issue with respect to the factual circumstances with respect to these items. And I mention that because it would be a little more time consuming for the detective to change gloves with each and every item. And I think by agreement, we're not going to do that today with these particular items. It's just going to not change gloves each time. And I think pretty Riccio and I spoke about
Is that
this.
accurate, Mr. Riccio?
That is accurate. The detective doesn't have to change gloves with every exhibit.
I think his training would require him to do that, and if one of his supervisors were to see this, they might question us. I just wanted to put that out there, so he's covered.
All right.
Thank you.
Could
Yes,
you tell
sir.
us,
Go right ahead.
could you tell us what that item is, Detective?
This is a bullet projectile.
Okay, and where, maybe I asked you this before, but where was that seized again? Can you tell on there?
It was on the sidewalk of Campbell Ave in West Haven, at the scene of the incident.
And with permission of the court, Your Honor, just to move things along, and I spoke to Attorney Riccio about this, if it's okay with the court, could we just publish these items sort of as they come in? Making that request each time?
Yeah, how many will be in this
Well, in this
tranche?
series, Your Honor, it's four items.
Four,
So that's
okay.
to get up through 26A.
Yep,
So if that could be published.
it may.
Can we maybe zoom in a little on that? Okay, so that's evidence number 9, evidence marker 9 that you see on that photo.
Yes,
Does that correspond to the evidence number that's on the back, on the envelope there?
it does.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant. You can put that back in. And handing you number 24A.
No objection.
Okay, now these are 26 through, I'm sorry, 24 through,
Well, you started with 23A.
It's 23 through 26.
Yeah.
Which
Is
are the
that right, Mr.
photographs
Smith?
corresponding to 23A to 26A. No objection to it or admissibility.
Okay. Does that make sense, Mr. Slip?
yes, Your Honor, although.
Bring this one.
I think this is this. Just keep this. It says 23.
Yes.
And I just read the number, 23 through 26.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
So they're full.
Thank you. And just for the record, these are just photos, and these are photos that are identical to what that are being published to the jury on the screen.
Right.
Okay.
Exhibits 23 through 26.
Correct. Yes, as they come in. And what's that item in 24?
24A is a bullet projectile.
And maybe you could just show it to the jury from where you're standing. You can publish that. That's number 10. And where was that seized from?
This was located on the sidewalk of Campbell Ave in West Haven, at the scene of the incident.
Okay, handing you 25A. And if you could open up that, tell us what it is. Tell us where it's located as well.
All right, this is a bullet projectile as well, and this was seized from the front passenger seat of the Hyundai located at the scene of the incident.
And you could just maybe hold that up for the jury. And that's being published as well. That's exhibit number 15, or not exhibit number, but evidence number 15.
Yep.
And these other numbers, Sergeant, these are just internal state police scene of the crime numbering of evidence that you guys use to keep track of all the stuff, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, just.
So now I'm handing you 26A, and that corresponds to your state police internal number of 16. Could you open that and tell us, I guess, where that was located?
This is a bullet projectile as well. This was seized from the rear passenger seat of the Hyundai Hyundai at the scene of the incident in West Haven.
If you could open that up, and if we could publish 26.
Yeah. Show this as well?
Sure. And now I'm going to hand you 24, sorry, 20, it's 26.
The last number was 26.
20. '27 through 29A. Can you just generally tell us what those items are?
These three are each bullet projectiles, and these bullet projectiles were seized from the victim's body during autopsy in Farmington, Connecticut, at the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And those were seized by either you or one of your colleagues from the medical examiner's office?
Detective Soares.
And what are they, what sort of packaging are they in today?
They're in plastic tubes, and the plastic tubes are in plastic bags.
No objection, Your Honor.
So I'd offer Your Honor in full 24,
27.
27, 28, and 29, I believe.
Yeah.
27, 28, and 29A, as well as the photographs that correspond to these items, which are 27, 28, and 29.
And you've seen those, Mr. Ricchio?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to the
No, Your
photos?
Honor.
All full. That's 27A through 29A and 27 through 29.
hold up, I'm not going to ask you to open this up, but I think you can, fair to say, you can see the projectile in that packaging.
Yes.
If you just hold that up to the jury, and we could publish 27.
You may.
And then 28, 28A, and publish that, 28. Okay, and 29. Oh, yeah. I'm going to hand you, Ryan, I'm going to actually. I'm going to hand you what's a state police item number 33. That's your number, your evidence number. Does that contain multiple items in it?
It does.
And could you just give us a description of what that purports to be?
It's 2 CDs with body camera footage from Trooper North of the incident.
So you're on the state intends to offer these, I believe, as 8 and 9 as full exhibits. They're just packaged together.
But each disc is going to have an individual number, those
Yes.
being 8 and 9?
Yes, your number 1 disc, it doesn't matter which one. One would be the body-worn camera of Trooper North, and one would be the original motor vehicle recording on a different DVD. We're not intending to offer these as full exhibits, just for identification.
These are identification. All right, for identification. And Mr. Riccio has those? We've seen them?
Yeah, sure, yes. Number 8 is the body-worn camera. Number 9, the motor vehicle recording. We have been previously provided those.
Can you open those up individually? Those are the outline.
Okay.
So Detective, or Sergeant, if you can just open this up and then I'll have to put mark those. And are they labeled in any way, those 2 discs?
They are.
How are they labeled?
Trooper North, it says BWC, which is body worn camera, and Trooper North on another CD, which is mobile video recording. That would be from the cruiser.
And can you tell the court or the jury in general how these recordings will be obtained and then recorded, preserved on a disc?
All right, so the cruiser is equipped with a mobile video recording device that records video of our incidents. And basically, when the lights and siren are activated, the camera's activated, it goes back 30 seconds approximately and starts recording. The same thing with the body camera. The body camera is normally worn on the trooper's exterior, outer portion of the trooper's uniform, and same thing, it's synced to the car, and the minute the lights and siren are activated, it goes back 30 seconds and starts recording. The only other way the body camera can be activated is if the trooper manually turns the body camera on himself.
So have you seen these items before or seen the contents of them?
I have.
And approximately how long do they run?
Quite a while.
Okay, thank you. And just for the court's information, the state intends to later in the trial offer excerpts from these two videos, but we're only offering these for identification, so certainly the time for it. And similarly, Detective, if you could open up the next envelope, I'm going to hand you, actually, let me show the council first. This is your evidence number 35. If you could just open that, or can you tell from the description what that contains?
Yes, there's 2 CDs in this package. These are from Trooper Dowling. These are his body-worn camera and mobile video recording device from the cruiser of the incident that day.
Okay, could you open those, confirm that that's what's in there? And are there labels on those?
There are. One CD says Trooper Dowling, BWC, which is body-worn camera. The other CD says Trooper Dowling, MVR, which is mobile video recording from the cruiser.
So if these could be marked 13, 4,
Which is which?
the body-worn camera will be 12, Your Honor, and MVR 13.
Okay, and those are for identification only at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
They are, or will be marked.
I've shown this to the defense counsel. I'm going to hand you what's been marked 14 for identification. That contains a single DVD. It's not in an envelope. Is that, are you familiar with what that purports to be?
I am.
And how did you become familiar with that item?
I read the report that was associated with this CD.
Did that come into evidence the same way that the other items, the body-worn cameras that you saw today?
This was seized after the incident.
And this was seized by whom?
The inspectors at the Chief State's Attorney's Office.
And you've read that report today that authenticated or that gave you that information?
I have.
So we'd submit this, Your Honor, as states 14 just for identification. And I should ask, what does that, what is this video?
It's one CD containing Trooper Richter's body-worn camera and mobile video recordings of the incident.
All on one disc?
All on one disc.
So 14 just for identification, Your Honor?
14 for identification.
Sergeant, I'm handing you what's now been marked states 30A for identification. You have a marking on it as well, which actually happens to be the same number, 30. Is that item labeled?
This is.
And can you tell what that is?
It's one Monadnock collapsible baton, and this item was seized from Trooper Jackson at the scene of the incident in West Haven.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
As full exhibit?
Yes, full exhibit.
Full exhibit, no objection being interposed.
If you open that.
Next that as well. Okay.
Could you tell us what was in the envelope?
Sure, this is an expandable baton.
Could you show that to the jury?
All right, so this is the expandable baton. This is how it's carried on the belt. When it's extended, this is what the baton looks like.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You can put that back in.
I'm sorry, whose was that?
Jackson. Now I'm handing you what's been marked 32 for identification. Recognize that item?
I do.
Do you recognize it to be?
This is a taser wire from Trooper Jackson's taser.
And I'd offer, Your Honor,
No objection.
full.
Full exhibit.
You could open that up too. Show that to the jury. Yes. You could do it easily. And what's the, you're holding an item, part of that, you're kind of holding it different parts in each hand. What is it that you're holding in your right hand?
So on my right hand is the taser wire, and on my left hand is the taser probe.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you a little bit more about tasers. But just briefly, can you tell us what the function of the probe is?
All right, so the wire and the probe are attached to a cartridge. The cartridge is inserted in the taser. When the taser is fired, the probe goes first and sticks into the subject that you're intending to tase. The wire is attached to the cartridge and the taser. An electrical current runs through the wire, through the probe.
Okay, thanks, Sergeant. You can put that in the package. The next item I intended to show the witness is 31. It's been marked 31A for identification. I don't believe there's an objection. It's the actual taser, so I offer that full.
There are no objection to 31A, the taser, and 31, the corresponding photograph.
Full exhibits.
So 31A in full. If you could open up that item. And you just show that to the jury?
Absolutely. All right, so this is the taser device. There's a safety switch right here. If you flip this switch up, it activates the taser. A flashlight will illuminate and 2 red dots will illuminate. 2 red dots are an approximate area of where the taser is going to deploy if the trigger is pulled. There's 2 cartridges in the taser. One of these is fired, one of these is not.
Can you tell us, is that, are those cartridges, I don't know, live cartridges right now?
One of them is live and one of them is a fired cartridge.
Okay, so that's an item that should be held treated carefully.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell us, get in the seat, detective. Can you just tell us generally how a taser works when it's fired? What makes it? If you have this information as a state trooper, what?
Once the taser's fired, there's 2 prongs, similar to the exhibit that I just showed. And basically, 2 probes have to make contact on the intended target. And there's a current that runs from the taser to the probes, and in between that, the 2 probes, there's a current that incapacitates the subject. If both probes or one probe, if both probes have to make contact for the taser to work. If one probe makes contact and the other probe misses, the taser is ineffective. It will not work.
Does the distance, is there a relationship between the distance that somebody would fire a taser from and the target that would make it a relationship between the distance and the effectiveness of the taser?
Yes, the closer the distance, the less effect the taser is going to have, because there's going to be less probe spread, as you will. So the further away you are, the further the probes are able to spread out, which creates a bigger area for the probes to have the current run in between.
Okay, thank you, detective. You can put that back in the envelope. So for the record, Your Honor, the attorneys that, the photos that Attorney Riggio was referring to that are the corresponding photos, those are states 121 and 122. So.
Well, so which one corresponds to 31A, which is the taser?
So they are both, they both actually correspond to 31A.
Is there a 31?
There is, Your Honor. There's actually 3 photos of the taser.
Okay, that's, okay. So then, so aside from 31, the other 2 are one what?
Yes, Your Honor. They're similar. They're just taken at different times.
Yeah.
But we have 131, 121, and 122.
And
What I had done was I assumed inappropriately that 31 would be the corresponding photograph number. In this particular matter, for this particular exhibit, it will be 121, 122, 131?
I think
No,
they're
actually
31.
31.
31.
So 31 does exist, and then 121 and 122 also,
Gotcha.
I guess.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So we can just, so these, they're not marked yet, but just for the record, in full, Your Honor.
These would be full, 121,
No
122.
objection.
So we just publish to the jury, let's start with 30.
31 or 30?
31, yes.
Okay, and then you can get those other 2 marked by the clerk.
And that's just the taser on a flat surface facing to the right.
Yes.
Okay, if we could go to 122, or let's start 121. you just describe that?
It's just a different view of the taser with Trooper Jackson's name and badge number above it, just showing that that taser is assigned to Trooper Jackson.
Okay, 132? 22, sorry.
That's a photograph of the, just a different view of the taser with Trooper Jackson's name and badge number above it.
I'm now handing you states 33 for 33A for identification. And do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a Smith & Wesson firearm that's state police issued to Trooper North. This was seized at Yale New Haven Hospital the night of the incident.
Okay, do you have any information as to why it would have been seized at Yale New Haven Hospital?
It was used in the incident, and it was subsequently seized as evidence.
Okay. Do you have any information as to whether or not Trooper North was at Yale New Haven Hospital?
He was.
Okay. I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit.
Stage 33A marked as full.
Thank you.
And if you could open up that item. And you've opened it up now, I see, Sergeant. Does that contain the item that you thought it did?
It does.
Could you maybe step down and just show it to the jury? Sure. There's some items attached to that firearm and that are with that package. Just describe through what those items are.
Do you mind if I show them?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So this is the magazine that's associated with the firearm, and these were the bullets that were found in the magazine at the time of the incident. So you load the bullets into the magazine, you insert the magazine into the bottom of the pistol here, pull back this slide and release it, and that arms the weapon.
And is there a device that's attached to that weapon?
This right here is a flashlight.
Okay, all right, thank
Okay, can I just see that for a second? I just want to see that they, yeah, And so then the other things are to help make it safe, maybe. So, okay, all right. So I'm advised that this is a good time to break this part of the presentation up. So we're gonna take an hour for your lunch and recess now. Members of the jury, while you're on recess, don't make up your mind or form any opinions about the evidence you've heard. You've heard more, but you haven't heard all. You're not to discuss with anyone, including your fellow jurors, anything about the case. You're not to seek out any information or do any investigation. Don't look any of this stuff up on your laptops or cell phones if you have any. Do not answer any questions from people you believe to be from the media about this case. And do not watch any coverage of this case. If you are exposed to any, avoid watching it, okay? Thank you, and have a pleasant lunch. Okay, recess till 2.
All right.
Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshal.
Jurors are on their way over.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
You want to walk right in?
Anything that we have to take up?
I just want to put on the record, Your Honor, that Your Honor's excusing the juror was a product of an agreement among counsel regarding the basis to do that, so I just wanted to put that on the record.
That's very wise, I would say, and thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Your Honor. It was by agreement due to conversations not only both sides individually had, but collectively, that was by agreement.
Yeah, I mean, I think the conversation reflected that it's only been 2 days, but a number of people in the courtroom reported seeing things along the lines of what we were talking about, and it seemed to provide a basis.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
One for I, I'll bring them to the court.
So, Mr. Slid, if you could have the witness, unless there's anything that you
I was
want.
just going to stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you. And
Stipulate as well.
Thank you very much. And so,
Sergeant, if you could.
yep.
No. All one. Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Sergeant, I'm going to hand you what's already in evidence as 31A, which is the taser.
Yes.
And it came to our attention during the break that that taser is still, despite the battery being 4 years old, still has some energy in it. Is that fair to say?
It does.
And with the court's permission, there's a couple ways we can make this safe, Your Honor. We can either remove the battery or remove the undeployed cartridge. The suggestion I have is we remove the battery, just to make it safe.
Well, I think I would tend to defer to the sergeant, but I'll hear from.
I
Mr.
believe,
Riccio.
and the sergeant, correct me if I'm wrong, but the better way is to remove the battery. So I think that's what I would suggest.
So could we, if all parties are in agreement with the court, we could have the witness remove the battery and we'll modify the exhibit that way if the battery will not become part of the.
And you would all agree that the battery doesn't need to be part of the exhibit,
Yes.
Correct.
and that it was operable, well, night piece. And so you can do that safely, Sergeant?
I can.
Okay, well, unless somebody has an issue with that, I'll just let you do it.
Okay.
I suppose it could remain a part of the exhibit and just be like you have the magazine in with the pistol.
That'd be fine.
Is that okay, Mr. Riccio? The battery stays in, not in the thing, but in the bag, say.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
So where we left off, Sergeant, was the firearm, and I just have some photos of those. I know the jury's seen it, but if you could just, I showed these to counsel previously. This is states for identification 20, section 33, and then 26 through 28. If you could take a look at these and tell me if those are photographs of the weapon that you had displayed to the jury earlier.
And just for clarification, I believe it's 33 and then 126 through 128.
Yes, yes.
Yes, these are all pictures of Trooper North's firearm.
I'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibits, all of them.
We can publish 30.
Yes, there you go.
$126.
Yes, you can.
So in this photo, Sergeant, there are the 3 magazines that actually were not part of that, the firearm that were in the box that you just very earlier. There's additional magazines and rounds present in this photo. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Could you tell us a little bit about how those came, or where those might have been seized from?
So the magazine to the left was the magazine that was in the firearm. The other 2 magazines were in his duty belt.
Okay, and if you could zoom in on the magazine on the left, and with that, the individual round as well, that's above it. And we've just kind of blown up that portion of the photo. Could you tell us, are those rounds that are to the right of the magazine, those be the rounds that were removed from the magazine?
Yes.
And how many rounds do you see?
There's 10 to the right of the magazine plus the round up top
And with the round up top, where would that have been?
in the chamber.
So could you just, for those that aren't familiar with firearms, maybe explain how when you fire a weapon and how the bullets move through the firearm from the magazine?
All right, so those bullets would be loaded into the magazine in a stack formation. When you insert the magazine into the firearm, the top piece of that magazine sits at the top. When you rack the slide or rack the action, it inserts a bullet into the chamber. And when the handgun's fired, it takes the next bullet up in succession, enters it into the chamber.
So if you were to remove a magazine in the middle of, or let's say when a portion of the rounds were fired, would there be a magazine, a round that might remain in the firearm itself?
Yes.
And that big round that's at the top?
Correct.
Thank you. And maybe 127? Yeah, that's just a picture, same as the last picture, maybe
Just a different view.
128? What do we see here?
Just a close-up photograph of the flashlight portion of the firearm.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand you an envelope. It's not pre-marked yet. I mean, there is a marking on it, but I'm going to have the clerk amend it. There's 2 discs in here. This is another body-worn camera envelope. And there are 2 discs inside. And if you could just open that up for us, and then we will have the clerk mark what's inside. Actually, so what are the 2 items that are in that?
These are 2 CDs. One CD is, both CDs are from Trooper Jackson. One CD is body-worn camera footage from Trooper Jackson of the incident. The other is from his cruiser, the mobile video recording device from his cruiser.
And I would like the body-worn camera marked as states 10 for ID and the NVR recording marked 11 for ID only.
So the one from the car would be 10
Correct.
and then 11
Yes.
for identification?
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked. States 36, I believe, for identification. Recognize that item?
I do.
And what is it purport to be?
It's a Hanes white T-shirt, size large, with defects and blood-like staining. And this was seized from the hospital. The victim was wearing this at the time of the incident.
Would you mind opening that bag up?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Would you please at least, just bear with me for 1 moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So before you, let me just make clear, I see that you've got a photograph in your hand. So this is a photograph of that exhibit? So this will be one of those 36A things. Okay, so just to make sure that our media friends are on board, that neither of those is to be published.
Yes, Your Honor, it's one of those items.
All right,
Can you approach, Your Honor?
yes. You want to, Devin, Mr. Clerk, Mr.
what's been marked, to show the defense counsel what's been marked 36 for identification. Recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
This is a picture of the shirt when we were processing it after the incident.
And there's some numbered evidence markers on there. What are those? What do those show?
All right, so there's yellow arrows on here, each with a letter, and that's assigned to a defect, a suspected bullet strike in the shirt.
I'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exit, you're up on both of them?
It's just actually one photograph.
Yeah, the shirt though. The shirt also?
Yes, the shirt and 36.
No objection to either.
Full exhibit both.
May 36 be published. Or 30,
You mean 36A?
yes.
36 is the picture. 36A is the actual shirt.
Okay, yeah, 36, yes, it may.
Maybe could you blow up the areas where the defects are shown? So we've expanded that photograph a little bit, and that's what you're just referring to with respect to where bullet strikes were suspected to be in that item?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you now what's been marked 35, 35A for identification. It has an evidence label on it. Can you tell what that is?
Yes, it's a navy-colored Hollister brand winter coat, size medium with fur-lined hood and interior, and multiple defects and a broken taser wire are on this jacket. This was seized from the sidewalk on Campbell Ave at the time of the incident.
And that's in a, that's in the same condition it was when it was seized?
Correct. Yep.
I'd offer,
Yes.
Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit. Is that A, 35?
This is 35A. Sergeant, if you could open up that bag. And if you wouldn't mind removing that item. And you can step down if you need to, but if you could just show that to the jury. And that's on the right-hand sleeve there, there's a wire with, it looks like some sort of metal item attached to it. Is that the taser prong?
It is.
And it's and the taser wire?
Yes.
And Are you able to articulate based on what you can see where those defects are? Or can you not really tell? So you're showing us some parts of the code that it looks like the inner lining or the outer lining was breached and the inner lining is exposed for those where the bullet strikes would have been?
There are.
Okay, thank you. You can put it back in the bag. While you're doing that, let me just ask you, were photographs taken as part of the procedure in collecting evidence and collecting collecting that code and documenting the condition it was in?
They were taken on scene and during process later on.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you some of those photos in a moment. And Your Honor, I've marked for identification states 35 and then 137 through 42. I've just shown those to defense counsel. I don't believe there's going to be an objection. May those be marked in as full at this time?
No objection.
So this is 35, which corresponds with 35A that just was admitted?
That's right, Your Honor. There's some additional,
And then 137 through 142?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you've seen these, Mr. Ricciardo?
No objection.
Full exhibit, well, subject to identification by the sergeant, full exhibits.
Yeah. So I'm handing those items to you, detective, that now is full. Are those the documents, you have some of the photographs that were taken in the code?
They are.
So we could just publish number 30, 35.
Those are all full.
So how would you describe the condition of the code here? What we're seeing?
So this is an overall view of the coat in the condition that we found it, and we just emptied the contents of the pockets. We assigned it an evidence exhibit, which is number 11, and we're just documenting the coat as we found it.
And the taser wire, that's visible over here from the left, from I guess the right arm, but on the left side of the screen down towards the pocket of the front of the left jacket.
Yes.
And if we could go to 137. And what do we see here?
So that's an overall view of the jacket. Those yellow arrows with letters on them are areas of defects or suspected bullet strikes.
There are some closer-up photos of those that I have here. What's, should we go to 138? So this looked from the previous photo, this was on the, I guess, the right arm, but again, on the left side of the screen.
Yes.
And if maybe you could go a little closer of that defect there. That's one of the bullet strikes?
We believe so, yes.
Okay. And 139, please. And what do we see here?
A suspected bullet strike.
At 140?
A suspected bullet strike with a measuring scale.
And 141? I think that's, that actually didn't get put in my computer, but if you could just show that to the jury. I'll shoot that way.
These are 2 suspected bullet strikes. A and B, different entrance, and 2 strikes.
That's 141?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And finally here, 142. Should be up. Okay, so this is 142, and what's the part of the code is this?
This is the backside of the coat. And again, you can see the taser wire and you can see the arrows, yellow arrows with letters on them. They indicate suspected bullet strikes on the jacket.
The ones that you have, whatever's red. Which ones? Let's, like the first 10. Your Honor, I just showed the defense counsel what's been marked as 60. Going to go 10 at a time, make it a little easier. 30, 32, 34, 39, 40, 64, 65, 66, 67 for ID.
All of them are for ID?
Yeah, they're marked that way now, Your Honor, yes. I intend to offer them through the witness. Any objection to them being full?
No objection to any of these being admitted.
Sergeant, I'm going to hand you a series of photos. Some of these are photographs on the scene. Some of those are photographs of items that were seized at the scene. And I made a couple diagrams, so I'd like to go through each one of these individually. First, I'm going to hand you states 30, which has been marked in full. And it's a full exhibit. We can look at that. And what do we see here?
That's Trooper Jackson's baton in the expanded state.
32?
This is State Police Exhibit 14, which is the taser wire and probe from the fired taser.
34?
That's Trooper North's duty belt.
So let's talk about this a little bit, what some of the items are here. And maybe we could expand maybe on the left side of that. Well, first of all, what's the circular item?
So the circular item is belt keepers, and basically you wear, underneath the duty belt is a trouser belt, all right? And those keepers wrap around the duty belt to the trouser belt to keep the duty belt in place. Usually there's about 4 of them.
Okay, and if you just maybe 34.
So, I mean, just, maybe I'm confused, but just so that it's clear, I don't believe I admitted all these into evidence yet because I don't think the witness has described what they are. I'm gonna do that as he does.
Oh, okay, Your Honor. I thought, I offered them after, just to move things along a little quicker, I offered them as full exhibits on security radio.
Right, but, so, they're gonna, well, I mean, I think, if he can say what they are.
Okay, sir, sure. So, all right, so just for the record, 32 and 30, Your Honor? This is 30.
They're
32,
32, and 34 are full exhibits.
And this is not 34, may this be offered in full?
Yep.
So if you could zoom in maybe on the left 2 items on that belt. Okay, what are those items?
So the item on the left is a magazine pouch, which is empty. We removed the magazines during processing.
And what's the,
To the right of that is a taser holster. There was a taser in it. We removed the taser during processing.
okay, and maybe go to the next 2 items.
All right, to the left is a baton in a holster. The middle item is a portable radio in a holster. To the right of that is a tourniquet. And to the right of that is a flashlight in a holder.
Okay, and expand it out. And yeah, the right side there. What are the items on the right?
The items on the right are knives. And there's a handcuff case, OC spray case with OC in it, and a firearm holster.
Thank you. So I state would offer 34 as opposed to the.
Yep, that's full.
And just so we're clear, these were items that were seized or taken from Trooper North at the hospital or some other location?
Yes, at the hospital.
This is standard operating procedure in an officer call shooting?
Yes.
So next I'm going to show you some pictures of the scene. So first I'm going to hand you, let me just hand you 60. '64 through 67. You can just take a look at those. Tell me if you recognize them.
Right, they're not in this group, though.
I do.
Generally, what they depict,
Overall views of the scene and the area surrounding the scene,
taken that night.
taken that night.
I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection.
So
Full exhibits, that would be which ones?
64 through 67, Your Honor.
Okay,
So
all
we
full.
publish 64,
Yes.
and just, if you could just describe to the jury what we see here.
That's the I-95 North, exit 43 off-ramp. That's from the top of the ramp facing north.
So this would have been the exit that Hyundai got off.
Correct.
We can go to next to line 65.
That's just a different view of the ramp, further down the ramp.
66.
That's an overall scene from Campbell Ave facing west.
67?
That's an overall view of the scene, Trooper North's car, the victim's car, and Trooper Jackson's car.
Okay, just to there'll be some other pictures, but just to orient us, you said Trooper North's car and Trooper Jackson's car is, that's the Hyundai, correct?
Correct.
And to the left here, in front, is, whose car is that?
Trooper North's car,
And this vehicle?
Trooper Jackson's car.
Okay. And there's some material over here on the right. Do you have any idea what that is?
That's a medical responder kit, first aid kit, and clothing from the victim.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were life-saving measures attempted?
They were.
At that location? So I'm handing you 10 additional photos, which are 60. '63, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 marked for identification. Could you just take a look at these photos and generally start with 63. What's that a photo of?
So this is an overall photograph of Trooper North in his assigned uniform at the hospital the night of the incident.
I'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit.
May be published, 63.
Yes.
And that's the duty belt that we saw earlier with the items on it. Is Trooper North wearing it at this point in time?
He is.
So it's the same duty belt.
It is.
And you see there's a, you can zoom in on the camera. Okay, that's Trooper North's body worn camera.
It is.
And just for the purposes of the record, generally where you see that worn on this uniform.
That's basically in the center of his chest.
Okay, and that's within.
That's where troopers and officers wear them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next several photos. I'm gonna go back to the scene for a moment. This is 68 through 74. Take a look at those and tell me what they depict.
So these photographs are overall photographs of the scene, different views of the scene, and in them you can see little yellow stanchions with numbers on them. Those evidence stanchions. So anywhere you see those stanchions, there's evidence. There's different types of evidence that was seized in this case, whether it be clothing, shell casings, etc.
And did they fairly and accurately depict the way the scene looked on that evening?
Yes.
I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit 68 through 74.
And we can publish 68.
May.
So, just tell the jury what we see here.
Just an overall view of how we found the vehicles and evidence that night.
And again, there's 3 vehicles.
3 vehicles.
Trooper North's car on the left.
The victim's car in the middle, the white car, and Trooper Jackson's car on the right. We did shut the lights off, the emergency lights off on some of the cruisers because it affects the cameras when we're taking pictures.
In other words, when you arrived at the scene, the emergency lights were active.
They were all active.
Were any sirens on or just the lights?
No, when we got there, just the lights were on.
So you turned the lights off?
Correct.
Because they would interfere with the photographs?
It would.
That's standard procedure?
Standard procedure.
Okay. Go to 69. And what's the orientation of the vehicles here?
All right, so we're facing east on Campbell Ave, and basically you can see Trooper North's cruiser to the right, the victim's vehicle, which is the white Hyundai, and another vehicle that was involved in the incident to the left, the Chevy Trailblazer.
Okay. Do you have knowledge about what the involvement of that vehicle?
Yes.
What's that? What happened there?
So basically, when the motor vehicle pursuit exited the highway, they took a left going west on Campbell Ave. The victim's vehicle struck the Chevy Trailblazer and came to a stop.
Okay, we could, public 70.
May.
And what's the perspective here?
Just a different view of the vehicles.
Trailblazer being right in the middle of the photograph?
Correct.
71, please. Follow that. And what do we see here?
This is an overall view of clothing and a first aid kit. As they were rendering aid, you can see the yellow stanchions. Those yellow stanchions just differentiate and identify different items of evidence.
Oh, most of it, okay. All right, 72, please. Follow that.
Yep.
Just a little further down the sidewalk here.
Yeah, so this view is facing west, just a different view of the scene.
Okay, and you've seen the videos to there. You mentioned some of the body worn camera goes on and on.
It does.
And you saw the troopers attempting life-saving procedures in that general area?
They did. That would be the area where all the first aid equipment is. The blue bag right there is a first aid kit.
And 73, please. What was that? And what's this showing?
It's just a different view showing the collision between the white Hyundai and the Chevy Trailblazer.
Was, to your knowledge, was that the condition of the roof line? Let's go to 74. What do we see here?
Just a different view of the scene and the vehicles. Again, the yellow stanchions are evidence exhibits that we found at the scene.
Such as,
Expended shell casings.
some of which were already introduced as evidence today?
Yes.
68. And what do we see here? Actually, it's 68. This might be a different view. What do we see here?
Again, just an overall view of the victim's vehicle, Trooper North and Trooper Jackson's cruiser. Yellow evidence stanchions with evidence in the roadway.
And Your Honor, this is going to be, I'm going to show the witness what's marked as States ID 70. '77 through '86. So if you could take a look at those, Detective, and tell me what those are generally.
All right, so these photographs depict all expended shell casings plus a knife that we found on scene. They're close-up photographs with an evidence stanchion indicating which number the evidence exhibits are.
And they accurately represent the way things appeared on that night?
That's as we found them.
I'd offer them, Your Honor, in full.
No objection.
Full exhibits 77 through 86. There are no numbers that don't correspond to pieces of evidence in that series?
That's correct.
Okay, 77 through 86, full.
So we can publish 77?
Yes.
And just tell the jury what that is?
That's an expended shell casing with an evidence stanchion, State Police Exhibit 3.
There's a couple of pictures of the shell casings. These are, is it fair to say these are shell casings that were already admitted this morning?
They were.
Thank you. We published 78.
State Police Exhibit 4, Evidence Exhibit 4, which is an expended shell casing. This is as how we found them on scene.
Okay, and because the jury will have these, the other items that we put in evidence, do these numbers, the stanchion numbers generally correspond to the outside of the envelopes? If the jury will
Yes.
inspect those? Thank you. If we could go to 79, please, publish that. And what do we see here?
So here's an overall view of State Police Evidence Exhibit number 4, I believe.
Can we see that in that little-
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, that's it, number 4. So that's an expended shell casing as well.
Okay, we can go to 80, publish that.
State Police Evidence Exhibit number 5, which is an expended shell casing. This was found on the hood of one of the cruisers.
And 81, if we could publish 81, is that another picture of that same?
Just a different view.
So it's on the hood?
It was on the hood of the cruiser.
Do you know which cruiser that is?
That's Trooper Jackson's cruiser.
Thank you. We could go to publish 82. What is this, Joe?
This is an overall view of Exhibits 4, 6, and 8, which are expended shell casings. They're on the ground, and the stanchions just show where the shell casings are located.
And they're, is it fair to say, on the left side of the Hyundai and in front of Trooper Jackson's cruiser?
They are.
Thank you. We could publish 83.
A close-up view of State Police Evidence Exhibit 6, an expended shell casing.
Okay, and publish 84.
Close-up view of State Police Exhibit 8, which is an expended shell casing.
And I want to show you first, we can publish 86, actually. And that's what we can see there.
Yeah, so that's an overall view of the front of the victim's car, the Hyundai. And number 7 is an evidence, State Police Exhibit number 7 is a serrated knife.
And if we go to 85, publish that.
That's a close-up view of State Police Exhibit number 7, which is a serrated knife.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I actually have 12 now. I'm prepared to show the witness. These are marked for identification. I just showed defense counsel 75 and 76, and then 87 through 96 for ID.
Okay.
Same question with regard to these 12 photographs. If you could take a look at those and just tell me if they generally, what they generally show. Did these show other?
These are just photographs of the scene and different types of evidence that we seized on scene.
Okay, and they fairly and accurately depict the way things looked that night?
They do.
So let me start with, I'd offer them, Your Honor, full. I'd offer them, full.
No objection to any of the offered exhibits.
Okay, they're all full exhibits.
So let me show you 75. You're probably 75? And what's that?
State Police Exhibit Number 1, which is one expended shell casing with evidence stanchion.
And 76, please?
State Police Exhibit Number 2, which is an expended shell casing.
Okay, and 87, please.
All right, so this is an overall photograph of the sidewalk from basically the front of Trooper Jackson's cruiser, so facing north. And you can see various evidence stanchions and evidence clothing and first aid kit and several first aid devices on the ground.
And 88, please?
So this is State Police Exhibit Number 9, which is a bullet projectile on the sidewalk of Campbell Ave.
And this item was already admitted into evidence this morning?
It was.
And could you zoom in on that a little bit? So that's a fired round.
It is.
89, please?
It's a State Police Exhibit Number 10, which is a bullet projectile or a fired round.
Just blew that up a little bit to the jury.
It's just a closer view.
Okay. 89, please?
State Police Exhibit Number 10, it's a bullet projectile or fired round found on the sidewalk of Campbell Ave.
And 90?
So this is the victim's coat with an evidence stanchion.
And there's a blue circle there that obviously that's not part of the photograph. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So does that show anything or draw any attention in particular in that photograph? Can you tell me? Can you zoom in on that a little bit?
So that's a picture, that's a close-up view of the taser probe.
And that's the probe in that right arm that we saw when you displayed the code earlier today?
It is.
Thank you. 91, please. What do you see here?
So this is from a view of the passenger side of the victim's vehicle. This was taken from the sidewalk facing south. And State Police Exhibit Number 14 is taser wire and probe that we found attached to the door of the vehicle.
Okay. We just zoomed in on that a little bit. You can see that taser hanging over the door.
Yes, that's the taser wire.
Taser wire. Okay. Thank you. 92, please.
So this is the front of Trooper Jackson's cruiser, and you can see State Police Exhibit Number 5 on top of the hood of the vehicle.
And that's one of the shell casings.
It is.
Go ahead, man. I know we can zoom in on that. I think that's might be visible. Okay, 93.
So this is just a different view. You can see State Police Exhibit 2 at the very bottom of the screen.
And do you remember what number 2 is?
It's an expended shell casing.
Number 94, please.
So this is just a rear view of Trooper Jackson's cruiser. You can see there's gloves on top of the hood of the trunk of the vehicle.
Number 95.
Just a different view of Trooper Jackson's cruiser.
And some of the medical equipment on the
Medical equipment is on the ground surrounding the cruiser.
Okay, and number 96.
So this is basically a close-up view of damage to Trooper Jackson's cruiser, and we basically put a measuring device on there to give it some type of perspective for the viewer. You can also see State Police Exhibit number 8 at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
And as a result of your investigation or your colleague's investigation, is it, you believe that that was recent damage to the incident?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm intending to show the witness what's marked as 97 through 102, and I think 103 is already in evidence, so 97 through 102, and then 104 through 107, which are now marked for states for ID.
So 97 through 102 and 104 through 107 are marked for identification that you have there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And same question, Trooper, if you could just take a look at these and let me know if these fairly accurately represent the way the scene looked at.
Yes, these are overall photographs taken of the vehicles and evidence at the scene that night.
I'd offer them, Your Honor. No objection.
Well, exhibits 97 through 102, 104 through 107.
You can just publish these in order. 97, please.
So that's a passenger side view of Trooper Jackson's vehicle, again with a measuring scale showing damage to the vehicle.
Similar to the last photo. That
It is.
Okay. 98, please.
Just a close-up view of damage to the bottom portion of the passenger door, Trooper Jackson's vehicle.
99.
Overall view of the front right fender of Trooper Jackson's car and the damage to it.
100. And also, actually, we're on 99. Can you see an evidence placard?
You can see two of them. You can see number 5 on the hood, and you can see number 8 on the ground in front of the cruiser. Those are both expended shell casings.
Thank you. 100.
Just an interior view, Trooper Jackson's vehicle.
101.
This is a front-facing view, or view of the front end of the victim's vehicle, the Hyundai.
102, please.
Just a different view of the Hyundai crashed into the back of the Chevy Trailblazer.
Uh, 104.
This is a view of the front driver's side door of the Hyundai, and there's a measuring device placed in there just to give the viewer an idea of the size of the damage to the vehicle.
105, please.
This is an overall view of the front driver's side window of the victim's vehicle.
And the window shattered.
The window is shattered, yes.
106.
This is an overall view from the front passenger side door, just showing the interior compartment of the vehicle.
And there's some glass on that passenger seat.
There is.
And 107.
So this is an overall view of the front passenger seat of the vehicle. In that photograph, you can see a bullet projectile amongst the glass on the seat.
Can you zoom in on that?
That's the bullet projectile.
And that's evidence.
It is. It was entered this morning.
Thank you. And the next 10, Your Honor, that I've just shown to defense counsel and that are marked for states for identification, 108 through 110 and 112 through 118.
Okay.
Should be 10. So same question, do these fairly accurately depict the scene that evening? If you could just take a look at those 10 photos.
They do. These photographs are pictures of the vehicles and evidence seized from the scene that night.
I'd offer them, Your Honor. No objection.
Full exhibits 108 to 110 and 112 through 118.
If you could just publish these in order beginning with 108.
Yes, sir.
So that's the front passenger seat headrest.
And did you see anything in the rear, I guess the right rear or passenger rear seat?
Yes, there's glass and a bullet projectile.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, taser probe.
Okay. So that's let's go back to that. So that taser probe is lodged in the back of that seat. That's what that is?
Yes,
Okay. And in the taser, when a taser fires, how many probes get fired?
2.
And the taser that we just saw, that's in evidence that we just made safe, could you tell from examining it how many cartridges were fired?
1 cartridge was fired.
And one was still,
1 was still live.
and one of the taser probes we saw was in the coat.
Yes,
And this was the other taser probe?
correct.
Back rear seat.
It was.
Thank you. 109?
All right, that's an overall view of the front passenger seat of the vehicle. State Police Exhibit number 15, which is a bullet projectile.
And we'll go, you don't need to go to the next one. 110, please.
That's just a closer up view of State Police Exhibit 15, which is a bullet projectile.
Maybe zoom in on that a little bit. Okay, and that's already in evidence from this morning?
It is.
And there's some big fibrous material in that projectile?
Yes.
Around it? 112, please.
That's a State Police Exhibit number 16, which is a bullet projectile.
maybe, okay. That's the, is that the rear seat?
That's the rear seat of the vehicle.
Fixed in with some glass there.
It is.
113, please. That's sort of more of an expanded view of that.
That's a better view. It's an overall view of the exhibits.
So I guess my question, if we could go, just to make sure we understand, that's a bullet projectile 160.
It is.
And if we go back to 108, is what we're seeing there, is that the bullet projectile or is that the taser probe?
That's the taser probe.
Okay. Okay, 112, please.
It's an overall view of State Police Exhibit number 16, which is one bullet projectile.
And 114.
This is an overall front view of Trooper North's cruiser.
And you see the Hyundai on the left?
I do.
115, please.
This is an overall driver's side view of Trooper North's cruiser.
And do you notice anything on the like left rear quarter panel?
So on the driver's side rear quarter panel, there is damage to that vehicle. That was new damage.
116? Just go ahead, you can just, 116? Is that a closer up view?
That's a closer up view of the damage to his cruiser.
And it's your understanding that that happened during the course of these events?
Yes.
117?
That's an overall passenger side view of Trooper North's cruiser.
Any damage there that you can see?
No.
118?
This is an overall view of the sidewalk once we remove the medical equipment.
So that's the same area that we saw. We saw several pictures of the medical debris.
This is once it's cleaned up.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the, I guess, dark spots are on the pavement there?
Blood-like staining.
Yeah, that's okay. Just remind me, yes, the one. And I've just shown to defense counsel, Your Honor, the next 10 exhibits the state intends to show the jury, to show the witness. 119, 120, 124, 131, 132, 133. Sorry, I had one that's out of order, 125. And 148, 153, and 154.
Okay, those are marked that way for identification, right?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So same question, Sergeant, if you just take a look at those, and some of these are scene pictures, some are evidence pictures, and I think there's a picture of another trooper in here. If you could just indicate if these were taken in or close to the time of the events and a fairly accurate show.
All these photographs were taken either at the scene or when we were processing the victim's vehicle at State Police Troop I in Bethany.
So Your Honor, our offer states 119, 120, 124, 125, 131, 132, 133, 148, 153, and 154 for identification. I offer those in full.
No objection.
No exhibits, all of those numbers.
And we just left off with you discussing some what looked like blood-like substance on the pavement. Could you, we probably, if we could just publish these in order, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
We may publish these in order?
Yes.
If we go to 119, please?
So-
And what's that show?
That's an overall view of Campbell Ave facing west at the edge of the sidewalk. And basically, that's blood-like staining where the troopers and officers were rendering aid to the victim.
And 120?
It's an overall photograph of Trooper Dowling, and basically we were just trying to, he was at the scene that night, so we were trying to document how he was in uniform and that he was wearing a body camera.
And we may see some body-worn camera later on Trooper Dowling, but is this generally where the body-worn camera is mounted, I guess, so to speak?
Yes.
And 124?
That's an overall view of Trooper Jackson's body camera.
So at this time, have body-worn cameras changed, I guess, in the last 4 years?
They have. At the time of this incident, body cameras were very new.
So this is, it says Panasonic on it?
Yes,
This is the body-worn camera of Trooper Jackson.
it was.
And this was worn, this or, and a very similar camera was worn by other troopers at the scene or troopers that were involved.
These were the body cameras that were issued to state police troopers at that time.
Thank you. 125, please.
It's an overall view of Trooper Jackson's baton.
And let me just ask you, Sergeant, before I move on, with regard to the body-worn cameras, what do you know about, at least as far as, unless anything's changed in 2020, when this incident occurred, what was the policy, or what is the policy regarding the body-worn cameras? At least as far as how troopers are, when they're required to wear them, when they're required to turn them on, and so forth.
Required to wear them on shift during patrol, and they have to be activated with any public interaction.
Thank you. And they have the ability to turn them on and off?
They do.
And do they have the ability to turn them off, maybe mute the sound?
They can mute the sound on them as well, yes.
The video might still be running?
Yes, the video will run and you can mute the sound so there'll be no audio recording.
So this is the Trooper Jackson's baton collapsed.
Correct.
131, please.
That's State Police Exhibit number 9, which is a bullet projectile.
And I'm going to ask you to look at 132 next. Now that also, 132 also says Exhibit number 9. Is this the same evidence that you saw in the last picture?
Yes, this is just a different view of the bullet projectile.
Okay, and just so the jury can see that, maybe just go back one more time to 131. So that's basically the front, and the other picture was I guess, the rear of it, if you will?
Correct.
Thank you. And 133, please.
This is an overall view of State Police Exhibit number 10, which is one bullet projectile.
Okay, and the next picture is, unfortunately, it's not uploaded into my system there. So I'm just going to ask you to describe what this photo is. This is number 148, I think. Yes.
All right, so this is an overall view of the victim's vehicle at Troop I in Bethany. We processed this vehicle several days after the incident.
I could just hand this to the jury, Your Honor.
Which one is that?
148.
Yes.
Don't have it. And we could go to 153.
All right, so this is an interior view of the rear, and this photograph is taken from the rear passenger's side of the vehicle looking towards the interior of the vehicle.
And 154.
This photograph is taken from the front passenger side door while we were processing the vehicle looking inwards.
And I've just shown defense counsel what's marked as state's ID 134, 155, 156, and 157. So these four exhibits.
And those are marked for identification now?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So same question with these four. Are those fairly accurately depict evidence that was seized or photographed that night?
They do.
I'd offer them, Your Honor. No objection.
Full exhibits 134, 155, 156, 157.
We can publish 134.
So this is an overall view of State Police Exhibit number 10, which is one bullet projectile.
And did you recall offhand where that was seized from?
I do not recall.
Would anything refresh your recollection?
My report.
Was your evidence inventory form?
Yes.
So after looking at that, can you recall where that evidence item was retrieved from?
Yes, from the sidewalk of Campbell Ave, which is the scene of the incident.
Thank you. If we could go to 155.
So this is an overall view taken from the front driver's side door looking inwards. And basically you can see in the upper center portion of the photograph, there's a yellow sticky that says BS1. And that's what BS1 stands for bullet strike number 1. So that's where a bullet would have entered the seat of the vehicle.
We zoom in a little closer on that. That's where you're referring to?
Correct.
So maybe even, I think you can do this, you can zoom in just that little bit, keep that open, but just zoom in again. Maybe you have to move that down. Maybe the jury can see it, but that little, I guess,
tear in the seat.
Yeah, thank you. Tear, that's the suspected bullet strike?
Correct, yep.
Thank you. 156, please. And is that photograph of that same area just from a different angle?
Just from a different view.
Maybe we can zoom in a little closer. And what do we see here?
So basically, on the front portion of the seat, which is the right side of the photograph, you would see where the bullet entered, and it exited through the left side of the seat.
Do you suspect that one of those bullets that was in the back seat might have gone through that area? Or-
Yes.
Thank you. I have 39 and 40 for identification, Your Honor. I've shown these to the defense. And actually, let me start with, yes, 39. I'm showing you 39, I'll show you both. Just tell me what 39 and 40 depict.
All right, so these are basically, it's basically a 3D scan, which shows a map, an overall view of the scene from the top portion of the scene looking down.
Now, did you do this scan?
One of the detectives that I work with did the scan.
Are you familiar generally with this technique?
Yes, this scanner is basically a 3D scanner, and basically it takes 8 to 10 minutes per scan, and at night, because the lighting is poor, it doesn't use color. It uses a grayscale or black and white scan. So basically the scanner spins around and it takes numerous scans and measurements so we can later map out a scene and accurately depict how the scene was, how we found it.
What's the purpose of using this tool with this technique? What advantages does it give you, I guess, in addition to, in addition to the photographs that we all looked at? How is this different?
So this is an overhead view of the scene or a top-down view of the scene, which basically shows the entire scene and how the vehicles were laid out. Also in the other map, as you want to call it here, you can see all yellow, little yellow stanchions. That shows where all the evidence was located at the scene. It gives a nice overall view from the top down, facing down of the scene.
And we say the top down. The top was actually physically limited by the overpass.
Yes, I-95.
So there wouldn't have been an ability to, say, like do a drone photo or anything like
No, a drone would not have been able to obtain these photographs.
that? Or from any higher position. This is the best way to get the photographs of that overall scene.
Correct.
And we have two pictures here, one showing, could you just tell us what the difference is between these two?
One is with the evidence stanchions, showing all the evidence we found on scene. The other is with not. Both maps show vehicle positions and how the vehicles were when we found them.
I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibits 39 and 40.
Hey, Police, Your Honor.
Yes.
We could go to 39, please. So this is what's generally known as a Faro scan?
It is.
Okay. And what, just maybe tell the jury what we're looking at.
So this is an overhead view or top-down view of the scene. In there you can see the vehicles, and the letters above them are the license plates of the vehicles identifying each vehicle at the scene.
So I've just kind of blown up the area, and you can see some license plates.
Yes.
On, that are kind of tagged next to or adjacent to the cars.
Yes.
And I'm pointing at what's AS 21103. Which vehicle is this?
That's the victim's vehicle. That's the Hyundai.
And to the left, I guess to the right front, that's the Trailblazer?
That's a Chevy Trailblazer.
And whose vehicle is
That's
502 UTZ?
Trooper Norris Cruiser.
And the one behind it, 532 UTZ would be?
Trooper Jackson's Cruiser.
Thank you. And 40, please. And if we could just, again, just to, I guess, orient, again, this is Campbell Avenue, correct?
Yep, so that's Campbell Avenue, traveling east and west.
And this is the area under the overpass.
Yes.
If we could, okay, so I've blown up the area where you said the evidence stanchions are also noted on the ThyroScan.
Yes. Each yellow stanchion there identifies an exhibit of evidence that we seized. Those numbers are the same evidence numbers that you saw earlier in photographs.
So those don't correspond to my exhibit numbers, but they correspond with your estimate.
State police exhibit
So
numbers.
if the jury were to see a photograph that would have one of these numbers with the evidence stanchion, that would be where that item is located?
Correct.
And, okay. And also, if there's an item that's, maybe there's not a stanchion for, but it's your evidence numbers that are reflected on the stanchions, are also reflected on the envelopes that we saw, that we admitted today, correct?
They are.
So those would be the same?
The same numbers.
Thank you.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Couple more questions, Your Honor. This might be a good time for break.
Before the questions or after?
I think this exhibit I need to retrieve, so I'm happy to wait till after the break.
Okay, then we'll take a 15-minute break now.
All rise. Court stands in recess. Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshal.
Good afternoon, Your
Good
Honor.
afternoon, Your Honor.
Anything before we bring the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, could we do that? Do we agree that the jury and the alternates are present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Slick?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I have just a couple more questions for you, a couple more exhibits to go. I know it's been a long afternoon. I'm going to show you what's been marked as, I know the defense has seen this exhibit, which is now marked as 135 for ID. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
And what does that represent?
It's an overall view of the passenger side of the Hyundai.
And there's some evidence markers there too?
Yes, 12, 13, 14, and number 7 are identified in that picture.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit. 135.
Yes, sir. May it be published, Your Honor?
Can I see?
No, it's just.
Yeah. Yes.
So Sergeant, again, if you could just tell the jury what we see here. Maybe first, if my assistant could just zoom in on the door area where there are maybe the wires hanging out. So, that didn't really help, I guess. But maybe you can see. But we saw earlier another photo of the taser wires hanging out in the front passenger side door of the Hyundai.
Yes,
And you can see that in this photo too.
you can.
Okay, you can go back out. Glass behind the car.
Yes, so the front passenger side door window is broken, and that's what the glass is on the ground. Hanging in that window doorway area is a taser wire. That's exhibit number 14.
So when you arrived on the scene, is it fair to say that major crime doesn't get to the scene immediately necessarily if they're called to investigate a major incident?
Correct, we arrived a few hours after the incident.
And when you arrived on the scene, was this how the scene looked with respect to these vehicles?
Yes,
So I want to draw your attention to the location of the glass, which is sort of behind the right rear quarter panel of the car, and the door, which you, or the window, which you just said was shattered. Do you have an explanation for why that, based on your knowledge of this investigation, do you have an explanation for as to why that glass is to the rear of where that door was shattered?
yes, so the Hyundai was approximately 10 feet further back. It was not up against the Chevy Trailblazer. After we reviewed body camera footage from the troopers at the scene, we observed once they were removing Mr. Soulemane from the vehicle went forward and crashed into the Chevy Trailblazer.
So did your investigation establish then that when right after Mr. Soulemane was shot, but before he was removed, the vehicle was several feet back from where it was now?
It was after the vehicles exited the highway onto Campbell Ave, it struck the Trailblazer once, and then it came to a stop. And then once they were removing Mr. Soulemane from the vehicle went forward and crashed into the back of the Chevy Trailblazer.
Do you know how that happened, or do you have any?
I can't explain it.
Okay, but it happened while you were pulling him out of the car.
While they were removing him from the vehicle.
Okay, and so there's some damage to that right front of the Hyundai. We've seen closer up pictures of that in some of the other exhibits. But most of that, is it fair to say that most of that damage probably occurred when the original impact between those two vehicles happened?
Yes, the second impact was a very low-speed impact.
It's going to be 47, so short clips.
Okay.
It's initial And I'm going to hand the witness what's been marked by the clerk as states 47 for identification, which is a red thumb drive with some writing on it. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's a thumb drive with video clips of the incident on it. I initialed the thumb drive saying I viewed it.
Okay, you watched the video clips that are on this thumb drive?
Yes, they're basically shortened video clips. After incidents, the cameras in the cruiser and the body cameras are running for an extended period of time. The video clips on this thumb drive are just shortened versions.
And those, the segments that are on there are the full video clips. They fairly and accurately represent those sections of the fuller videos.
They do.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Ricchio.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Afternoon, sir.
Thank you. So, starting from the last exhibit, and then I'm going to sort of work in reverse order since we just talked about the damage to that white Hyundai. Actually, could you bring up 101, please? Actually, okay, I'm sorry, 102. Okay. So, sir, we just saw was it 135, which is the right passenger side of the vehicle of the Hyundai as well, with damage having been sustained to it. Do you recall just seeing that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. This is states 102. And is this an accurate depiction of how you found the Hyundai up against the Trailblazer?
It is.
Now, there was just testimony that in this state, this was a low-impact situation that led to these two cars finding themselves at this resting place, correct?
Correct.
But did your investigation also indicate that the white Hyundai had struck that black Trailblazer at a high rate of speed earlier in that afternoon?
Yes.
In fact, that white Hyundai sustained heavy front-end damage hitting that black Trailblazer just after coming off of the Campbell Avenue exit, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So we've seen a series of exhibits. Certainly not going to go through them all with you. You brought us through them. But just a few questions about some of the things that we saw. For example, we saw evidence and photographs of a taser that was used, the taser wires, and essentially all photographic evidence regarding a taser. So let me ask you a few questions regarding a taser.
Sure.
In order for it to be effective, your testimony was that both probes have to make contact with the subject, correct?
Correct.
And that's because in order for it to work, and I think that the formal term is neuromuscular incapacitation if both prongs or both probes hit the subject, correct?
Correct.
And if both of those probes don't hit the subject, it would not have the same effect.
Correct.
Let me ask you this. If one probe of two struck a subject, would it have any effect?
It would have no effect.
Now, in this particular matter, one of the pieces of evidence that you just described showed one of the probes actually sticking in a seat, correct?
Correct.
Which sort of begs the question, was it effective? Because if there's evidence that only one charge was utilized and one of the probes is in a seat, is it fair to assume that that taser had no effect?
Correct. It had no effect.
Additionally, another piece of evidence that you presented was the jacket that the suspect, Mr. Soulemane, was wearing at the time of this incident. Generally speaking, is the fact that someone may be wearing a very heavy, puffy coat, would that cause the probe to have difficulty to make contact with the suspect?
Yes.
From your investigation, did that single probe that we saw have made contact with that jacket, did it make contact with Mr. Soulemane?
It did not.
So the use of that taser, correct, withdrawn. So when that charge was fired, neither probe made contact with Mr. Soulemane,
Correct.
having therefore no effect whatsoever.
It was completely ineffective.
Is it also fair to say that when a taser is used, and in fact you mentioned this, that distance has a relevant consideration, correct?
It does.
And to simplify it, the closer you are, the less of an effect it may have on the suspect, correct?
Correct.
Is there a general policy as to what the ideal distance should be for a taser to have maximum effect?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, through your investigation, did it show that the taser, when fired, was from a very short distance between the taser itself and the subject to whom it was fired at?
It was.
And as you've testified, nevertheless, that taser would have had no effect because one probe was in a seat, the other probe did not pierce completely the jacket that he wore.
Correct.
Is there also a relevant consideration regarding tasers that this distance is relevant to what they call the spread? Can you explain what the spread means when we're talking about a taser?
Yes. So when the taser is fired, the two prongs are fired from the end of the taser, of the cartridge. The spread is the distance between the two probes. The greater the spread, if they make successful contact, the greater the incapacitation rate. The shorter the spread of the taser, the less effect it's going to have if it makes contact.
Okay. Now, in this particular matter, again, we know that it was not effective as the probes did not make contact with the subject. Knowing the way tasers were, given the relative closeness between the taser and the probes, would it have had any effect had it made contact with the subject?
I don't believe it would have penetrated his jacket, based on my training and experience.
The last photograph that the state introduced was a passenger side view. Matter of fact, may I ask, please, 135.
And if I could also ask you to blow up the right-hand side of the picture, focusing in on the open door.
Thank you very much. Now, in this particular photo, states 135, did your investigation, did you learn through your investigation that that right passenger window was broken using the baton that was also admitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
And in fact, if we looked on the left-hand side of this same exhibit, you had testified that that glass is likely from the glass that shattered on the ground is likely from the shattered window on the right-hand side of this vehicle, front passenger door.
It is.
And that door is the door through which, thank you, the taser was fired.
Correct.
Do you know, did your investigation present to you how specifically, or who rather specifically, broke that window?
Yes, a West Haven police officer.
Okay. Utilizing the baton that was admitted as evidence today?
Yes, Trooper Jackson's baton.
All right. Now, okay, thank you. We saw photographs, sir, of Trooper North's weapon. And when a Connecticut State Trooper is a Connecticut State Trooper, the weapons that they are issued are department-issued weapons, correct?
Correct.
And to say it in a different way, it's not as though a Connecticut State Trooper could obtain his or her own weapon and bring it to work, correct?
Not in a patrol capacity.
Okay. Now, so generally speaking, these are, again, department-issued weapons that the department is aware of.
Correct.
Because they scouted, for lack of a better term, what would be probably the best weapon to use for the work that they were doing.
Correct.
And also when it relates to the body-worn cameras and the MVRs, which I've called the motor vehicle recordings, but these are the mobile vehicle recordings. Is that the correct terminology?
I just call it mobile video recording.
Okay.
That's a term used back in the day.
The body-worn cameras, as you testified, only operate, correction. Tell us again how it is that the body-worn cameras turn on and turn off.
The body-worn cameras synced to the trooper's assigned patrol vehicle. So when he activates the lights and the siren, the body-worn camera is activated. Or he can manually, or she, activate the body camera by turning it on and off with the switch on the body camera.
All right. Now, policy states that body-worn cameras must be on when troopers are interacting with the public, correct?
Correct.
Which is not other officers, correct?
Correct.
So body-worn cameras have to be on when interacting with members of the public.
Correct.
Now, you've indicated some sort of a feature where an officer can turn the camera off, but policy states that that shouldn't happen, right? That it shouldn't manually be turned off so long as you're interacting with the public. Correct. And you also said that these same body-worn cameras automatically turn on when the siren is turned on and the lights are turned on in the vehicle?
Correct.
Now, the technology of body-worn cameras obviously was in existence at the time of this event. When, if you know, when was it that body-worn cameras became a staple at the Connecticut State Police?
It was within a year, give or take, of the incident. It was very new at the time.
Okay. And you did indicate that we saw images and image of the body-worn camera as it existed January 2020. Has the technology changed as
It
time
has.
gone on? Is it smaller or?
It's smaller.
Okay. In looking at Trooper North's weapon, one of the photographs, multiple photographs, showed the magazines that were also in his belt and in his gun, correct?
Correct.
And two of those magazines were, if you don't recall, I will show you, two of those magazines were completely full.
Correct.
How many bullets are in a magazine?
It depends. Each magazine is different.
Okay.
Now, but we can agree that 2 of those magazines were full, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, if I could just take a minute. Pardon me, Your Honor, I'm just trying to locate an exhibit. There it is. Which one is it? 127. Sir, you're being shown what is states 127. And the 2 magazines, one to the severe right of this picture, one in the center, both of those are full, correct?
They are.
Now, can you count how many bullets are in each of those magazines? And maybe could I ask that one of those full magazines be standard? Thank you.
I'm counting 17 bullets.
All right. Now, can we also agree, and that's in the highlighted magazine is the center magazine. If we can return to the original picture, can we agree that there's also 17 in the magazine all the way to the right?
$17.
Okay. And then finally, if to focus your attention on the third magazine, that being the farthest to the left, how many are in the magazine?
I'm counting 10.
And then if you count the round that's above it but not next to it, would that be 11?
Correct.
During points in your testimony, and it may have been just standard operating procedure, you were referring to the gentleman who was the occupant of the white Hyundai Sonata as a victim. Now, we can agree that that's typically language that sort of naturally is used in your line of work, correct?
Correct.
Your investigation, however, did also indicate that this same individual, the lone occupant of the white Hyundai Sonata, had committed a series of criminal offenses prior to finding his way onto Campbell Avenue, correct?
Yes.
He pulled a knife on somebody at an AT&T store on Main Avenue in Norwalk. Did your investigation produce that?
It did.
Did your investigation produce that this same occupant of the white Hyundai Sonata had, depending on what language you use, carjacked or otherwise stole a Lyft driver's vehicle on Main Avenue in Norwalk?
It did.
Did your investigation also indicate that the lone occupant of this white Hyundai Sonata drove from Norwalk to West Haven at times in speeds of excess of 100 miles an hour?
It did.
Did your investigation also indicate that in driving from Route 7 onto I-95 at over 100 miles an hour, he was putting hundreds of motor vehicle drivers at risk by those high reckless speeds?
It did.
And though I'm sure the members of the jury are aware, let's just take a minute and talk about all the towns that this 100 mile an hour or thereabouts speed hit. This started in Norwalk, correct?
Correct.
If you could please tell us the towns once on I-95. Tell us the towns that I-95 goes through between Norwalk and West Haven.
All right, so it started in Norwalk, Westport, Fairfield, Bridgeport, Stratford, Milford, West Haven.
And through each and every one of those towns, the lone occupant of this white Hyundai Sonata was driving recklessly in excessive speed, weaving in and out of traffic, correct?
And rammed cruisers.
To that end, there were multiple photographs that were shown identifying damage that had existed to both Trooper North's car and Trooper Jackson's car, correct?
Correct.
fact, if I could just find it. 116, please. So you're being shown what states 116. States 116 is Trooper North's cruiser left rear quarter panel. I believe your testimony was earlier in the afternoon that this was fresh damage. Is that the language you used?
Correct.
And did your investigation show that this damage to the left rear quarter panel was done by the white Hyundai Sonata driven by Mr. Soulemane as police tried to box him in on the highway?
It did.
Spec 115, please. This is a farther away view of the same vehicle, Trooper North's vehicle. Can we agree that there's damage on the right-hand side of this photograph? There's damage to the rear quarter panel?
There is.
I believe your testimony was that this was also fresh damage?
It was.
And did your investigation show that this damage was caused by Mr. Soulemane on I-95 while Trooper North and Trooper Jackson were trying to box him in to try to stop the pursuit?
It did.
97, please. States 97 is the front quarter panel, passenger side Trooper Jackson's car. Testimony was that this was fresh damage, correct?
Correct.
And did your investigation show that this damage was caused by Mr. Soulemane driving that white Hyundai Sonata while Trooper Jackson and Trooper North were trying to box him in?
It did.
And then finally, 99, please. This is another closer view of Trooper Jackson's vehicle, front quarter panel, passenger side. Can we agree that this was identified during direct as fresh damage?
It was.
And this is damage caused by Mr. Soulemane driving that white Hyundai Sonata on I-95, and that damage was caused when Trooper Jackson and Trooper North tried to box Mr. Soulemane in.
It was.
And did your investigation indicate whether or not Trooper Jackson and Trooper North were successful in slowing his vehicle on I-95?
I did. Our investigation showed they were unsuccessful.
And through all of the towns that you testified this pursuit went through, Mr. Soulemane continued to drive recklessly through each and every one of those towns, correct?
He did.
This pursuit occurred on a Wednesday afternoon. Were you aware of that?
I was.
And this pursuit also took place at rush hour between 4:30 and 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Were you aware of that?
I was.
Can we agree that I-95 on a Wednesday afternoon going north between Norwalk and West Haven is a heavily traveled road, correct?
It is.
With a lot of traffic,
Correct.
moderate to heavy traffic, is that a fair assessment?
Very fair.
And notwithstanding heavy traffic during the rush hour on a weekday afternoon, Mr. Soulemane drove his car in a reckless fashion on the state roadway I-95.
Correct.
Thank you. I just have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. Just a couple more questions, sir. Thank you. Now, sorry. You were the main investigator in this case,
I was.
and you were the main investigator for obviously an officer-involved shooting.
Correct.
How long were you on this case, so to speak?
About a day and a half.
Now, is that standard operating procedure to only investigate a case for a day and a half?
No.
why did you stop investigating this case after a day and a half?
This incident occurred on a Wednesday evening. Friday morning, I was at State Police Headquarters in Middletown seizing body camera footage and mobile video footage from the cruisers involved. I was contacted by my sergeant at the time, Sergeant Ralph Soda, and he said that all state police investigations pertaining to this case had concluded, and the case was being transferred over to investigators at the Chief State's Attorney's Office in Rocky Hill, and we were to end any investigative efforts at that time.
Now, was this your first officer-involved shooting that you ever investigated?
No.
How many other officer-involved shootings had you investigated?
Dozens.
And typically, when you do investigate an officer-involved shooting, does your agency follow it through from beginning to end?
It does.
And that was not the case in this particular case,
No.
particular matter. Can I just have one moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Some brief redirect, Your Honor. So, Mr. Soulemane was speeding.
Correct.
Maybe he committed reckless driving,
Correct.
changing without lanes,
Correct.
perhaps some other infractions.
Correct.
So he deserved to be prosecuted.
Correct.
He didn't deserve to be killed, though, did he?
Objection.
Withdrawn.
Sustained.
Someone,
Second, please, would you strike that, ma'am?
So you talked about the taser use. Somebody who's using a taser, who's aware and has the training that you have as a trooper or a police officer, they would take into consideration how far away they are from a subject they're planning on tasing, correct?
Correct.
So with respect to, you talked about how it's, I think even on direct and on cross, how the effectiveness of a taser will be affected by how close you are and how dispersed the probes deploy when they strike the person.
Correct.
So somebody who's planning on using a taser should take that into consideration, shouldn't they?
They should.
And I won't show you the photographs again of the defendant's weapon, but the conclusion is based on the math of that first magazine and the chambered round that was removed. 7 rounds were missing.
Yes.
Thank you. No, nothing further.
Anything, Mr.?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're excused.
We have an additional witness, Your Honor, or if you want to conclude for the day, that's fine as well.
I think we conclude for the day, unless you have a really short witness, but I think we should, I don't want to cramp your style, sir. So I would say we should probably conclude for the day. We will, okay. So we're adjourned for today. Come tomorrow. In the meantime, please do not make up your mind or form any opinions about the evidence you've heard so far. You've heard more. You'll still hear more. Do not discuss the matter with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any of this at all. And you're not to seek out any information outside. Don't do any investigation. Or go to the scene of the incident. Do not respond to inquiries from the press. If you think that somebody is from the press, do not do that. Don't respond to inquiries from anyone about the case. And in the event you run across coverage of this matter, which could happen, avoid watching it, please. Like I told you at the beginning, we want to keep you the way you were as to this case when you got here last week. Okay? I hope you have a pleasant evening. Leave your notebooks here, and the marshals will collect them, okay? Thank you. You may go. You're excused. we have anything to take up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you in the morning.
All rise.